Super early. Oh, I'm live. Hey guys, what's up? It's Marlene. Bonjour. Good morning. It's 7:46. I've been up since 3. I can't sleep for some reason, but what's up, people? I'm gonna record a nice video for YouTube today. I'm excited. It's gonna be a nice video. Hopefully the sound is okay. Hopefully I don't forget to turn on the microphone. Like, I've recorded 2 beautiful videos, but then the sound it didn't record the sound last time. So I was like, oh my gosh, I have to do this over again. What is this? But anyways, good morning, you guys. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Hope you're well. I wanted to make a video. Hey, Abby. And you know what? Somebody is really right. I'm going to really create a Patreon, like my personal Black tribe. But I'm really going to create a Patreon because there are things that, honestly, the way the world is today. Hey, Mark, good morning. The way the world is today, you really have to intentionally, hey Susan, Susan, your box is here somewhere. You intentionally have to create spaces that are safe for Black people to talk to each other, not talk at each other, not come in with our minds completely swollen, right? With propaganda from like Western media, right? So today I want to make a video about what's been going on with Nicki Minaj because I don't know if I'm a bar, but I love Nicki. I don't like her choices, so you gotta get this clear. You can love a person and I'll agree with their choices at times. Some of her choices I do not agree, but I do love Nicki. I love how she works. I love her work ethic. I love how she fought for herself. I love how she didn't give up. There are a lot of good things in her, right? And that's another thing too that I've noticed. And I was telling my husband about son Jimmy about that. I was like, one thing I've noticed about these DEMOCRATS people, they are very divisive when it comes to Black people. I was watching a video by Lovely T, and she was even talking about like, oh, how some families are fighting over this jab, how some families are uninviting people over the jab. And you'll notice that the majority of those people tend to be Black and tend to be Democrats. And they tend to sit there all day and consume CNN, which is full of propaganda. You know what I mean? I truly wish a lot more. And one thing I've understood, and I'm like even trying to work on myself, is like, Black people have been so imprisoned, right? Mentally, physically, financially, for so long. Like we have drank the Kool-Aid of the oppressors, their lies, their hijacking of spiritual figures, their hijacking of spirituality, hey Candace, hey Fat, their hijacking of what's beautiful, what's ugly. You know what I mean? Like, and I told you guys this, I'm like, you guys know, I'm West African. I grew up in the Ivory Coast and Burkina Faso. My father worked really hard and paid a lot of money for me to go to these Western, French, European private schools. And the more I was in those schools, the more I didn't like my mom's tongue. I didn't like my father's tongue. I was like, what is that? What noise is that? Oh my God. You know what I mean? People say, oh, let's go to the countryside that they called the village, but they never called their countryside the village. Well, I'm not going. You know what I mean? Oh, let's go to vacation in Paris. It's like you start to lust after their ways, and you feel as though everything that's yours, everything that's Black, everything that is African is evil, is poverty, is less than, you're squeamish about it. What is that? You know what I'm saying? Just like, and I told you guys the story, and I will honestly confess to it, right? Because it's really, really important of how images and these Western narratives about Black people are very dangerous. One time, I don't know if I was still a teenager, but I went to DC. Okay, so you guys know I'm from the DMV, right? And I'll tell you the truth. This is the truth. And it's really awful, but it's the truth. You know what I mean? I'm going to tell you the truth. Went to DC. It was late at night. If you're from DC, you know the like Florida Avenue. Florida Avenue, it goes from like going through the fancy part of DC around like Embassy Road where all the embassies are. And somehow it ends up in a different part of DC, right? And so when I got there, when and it was night. So I'm driving the car and I'm noticing like I'm in a different part of DC because you could tell when you're going from a wealthy place to an impoverished place. And the more I was going into that place, the more I saw Black people. Well, the more I saw African Americans, right? And I started having anxiety. I started having really, really bad anxiety because, oh my gosh, I'm in the ghetto. They're going to do something to me. They're going to shoot me. And you guys, I'm being really honest. And this is when the Holy Spirit like spoke to me like, Marlene, they are Black people just like you. You guys, it was so embarrassing. But at that moment, like, I recognize that you can be Black and you can be trained to have prejudice against other Black people because of what you see on TV. Like when I was growing up, that's like when Tommy Hilfiger was really prominent, and that's all he would have on TV all the time. Black children who did this, Black children did that, Black people robbed the liquor store. Like that's all they chose to focus on. And you probably didn't even think that you were like soaking up these images and these narratives about African Americans, but I was. And the more I was getting lost, the more it showed that I had prejudice against people I had my best friend is like, Valencia is like, I've known her for years, but you know what I mean? Like I started having anxiety. And then when the Holy Spirit talked to me, I said, oh my gosh, why am I thinking like this? And I repented, like just like Paul on his way to Damascus. You guys, I kid you not. Like I remember this to the point I actually have like goosebumps on my skins. You did. You see what I'm saying? And then so when I calmed down, I found my way home. I was like, oh my Jesus. Hey, and it's like you recognize that like these people, you know what I mean? These people will make you have prejudice against Black people. Like you, and that's why I say like we gotta stop acting like the only people who can be racist. Like yes, white people can be like that's the thing. Black people cannot be racist, right? Because racism requires an institution, and not just it does, right? An institution is the conscious collective effort of a large group of people. Black people inherently can't stick together for more than 2 hours, so we can't even stick together to propel ourselves, let alone stick together to oppress other people. We cannot be racist. When you speak on race, hey, lady, when you speak of racism, and I need you to understand this argument really well, so that if you ever hear a European say to you, oh, you're being racist, it is not possible. Hey, Lacey, hey, Mariah, Black people cannot be racist. Racism is the conjunction of two words, race and ism. When you look at Latin, the suffix is ism. It means a group or things working together as a whole in the efforts of, I'm going to repeat that, ism. Latin is the Latin suffix, right? Meaning the things like group of things or collective working together working together in the efforts of. So you have communism, right? Bunch of people working together to oppress people. You have communism, you have organism, you have fascism, you have what is bunch of ism, right? But every time you have an ism, it is a group of people working together collectively in the efforts of. When have Black people ever worked collectively, even for their own well-being? Not trying to be offensive, right? For as far as we can, at least for the past 400 years, the only thing Black people have worked collectively for was to enrich white people. Racism requires organization, it requires capital, it requires law, it requires an insane amount of power of coercion. Black people can't even coerce their children. I'm trying to be disrespectful. Black people can't even coerce their kids to save money. Like what the heck? And who can we oppress? Who? Like what? No, Black people can be prejudiced. Yes, Black people can be ethnocentric. Like, oh, I think I'm like, you might be African American. You might be like, oh, I think I'm better than Nigerians. You know what I'm saying? Somebody might be Nigerian, like, oh, I think I'm better than African American. Like, that's ethnocentrism, right? We can have biases, we can have prejudice, we can have ethnocentrism, we can even be xenophobic, no problem. But the racism, we can't do it. Like, this country's been built since like 1716. To this day, we're in 2021. America's never even had a Black speaker of the House. How the heck are we oppressing you? How the heck can any black person practice racism on a white person? Let me, like, please explain that stuff to me. And if you understand the rank, if something happens to the president, the vice president takes over. If something happens to the vice president, the speaker of the house takes over. There's never been a black speaker of the house. And for as much as the Democrats always want to pretend like they're such allies to black people, they've never championed for a speaker of the house. When you look at most like electoral mandates in America, senators can be there for 30 years. So when you sit here and you recognize that the well-being and the welfare of black people, especially African Americans, has barely improved in this nation, it is not the Oval Office that's to blame. It's not even the Supreme Court. It's the Congress. It's these senators. And that's why they never make it a point to let you know when to vote, because that's where it really matters. Right? Because the president, he can be replaced every 4 years. When he gets replaced, his legacy can be washed away. Everything Obama did, let's get rid of that, because they have that much power. And the majority of them are lawyers. So they know how to systemically disenfranchise people. And that's the issue I had with Joe Biden, because he knows how to write. You see, like, when you understand, when you understand the issue with racism, right? It is not just the mere fact that someone could call you the N-word. Like, okay, is it crass? Yes. But it's like, is it going to stop you from breathing and going about your day? No. Is it inconvenient? Yes. Do you want to whoop somebody's behind? I can see why. Does that make sense? But the real issue with racism, the real issue with imperialism, the real issue with colonialism, and to this day, it still plays Africa, are contracts. The real issue with Haiti, contracts. Contracts are way more dangerous than somebody calling you the N-word. Because somebody could laugh in your face and be nice to you, offer you water, champagne, food, appetizers, entrée, hors d'oeuvre. Do you want some? But get you to sign your name on something that will not only bind you for the rest of your natural human life, but it'll take your children. And that's what they call peonage. When you owe and you can't pay the debt, they come and they take your children. That's exactly what happened in the Bible. When the lady runs to Prophet Elisha and says that, oh, my husband used to serve you. My husband was a master, was a pastor just like you. And now these people are coming to take my children because he didn't pay. That is what you call peonage. It's P-E-O-N-A-G-E. So you peonage. So they'll take your children, right, in place of your debt. What's another thing black people have to do out here? Sharecropping. Another form of peonage is sharecropping. Contracts in American capitalism are way more dangerous than someone calling you out your name. See, Trump called you out your name. You don't like it. You don't have to. It's disrespectful. But Joe Biden, he knows how to write contracts to disenfranchise you for the rest of your natural life. Your children, your grandchildren, your great-great-grandchildren. Do not play. Do not play with the malfeasance and the malice of a crafty European wordsmith that puts the thing on paper. That paper thing is dangerous. You see all these celebrities, these artists back in the day used to be popping everywhere. Now they're struggling financially. They got to sell you teas and waist trainers and da-da-da-da. Why? Contracts. How did people like Ella Fitzgerald, Satchmo, Louis Armstrong, Billie Holiday, Sam Cooke, you name it. How did all these African Americans lose their intellectual property? A freaking contract. You need to study these British people, man. You got to sit your behind and truly study these people from the UK who have sent their children over here to dominate and destroy people. You need to understand the craftiness and the malice of contract, of knowing how to write contracts. It's a dangerous thing. You can wipe a whole person's life by giving them a bad contract to sign. And that's what Joe Biden knows how to do. He knows how to write contracts that disenfranchise human beings, black human beings. And that's called the crime bill. Don't play about people. You see, somebody calls you a name, it ain't right, but you're going to live. It is contracts that turn Africans into a piece of property. It is contracts that allow them to sell a woman's child on another plantation. It is contracts that had black people out here working for sharecropping, and many of them wouldn't have been successful. And I'm sure many of them were not successful because they signed contracts without having the knowledge of the land. And this is why George Washington Carver is an icon, because he showed those black people how to avoid being trapped in a cycle of slavery by telling them, stop messing with this cotton, because when you plant cotton, it dries up the soil. Before you know it, you'll have a desert, and they'll come and take you right back to their slavery. He said, start growing beans, black eyed peas. That's why these beans and these vegetables are part of what you call soul food, which is African American cuisine. You know what I mean? They do is it the white peas for New Year's Eve? Jimmy does that stuff all the time, right? But it's like he saved them because the beans, they come out bountifully. It's a lot easier to collect, and not just that, they don't dry up the soil, so you can keep growing them, and you're able to pay your debt. Because sharecropping is a contract that will benefit the plantation owner. Contracts is dangerous. Contracts are very dangerous. Every day out here, black people get robbed out of trillions of dollars because they signed the wrong contract. The wrong contract for a car, the wrong contract for a credit card, the wrong contract for a mortgage. The stuff is real. And what I learned that this contract stuff is demonic is when I took my course in South African history at George Mason. And mind you, the professor was a European American. And he was the one who broke it down, how the British would use quote unquote contract, this hard ass legalese mumbo jumbo, to confuse these South Africans and to rob them of their land. Even to this day, the government can come take your house. They can say, oh, we need your house for something, and it's whoop, take your house away. Like, this stuff is crazy. This stuff is really, really crazy. We don't have this kind of power. So racism we cannot do, but can we be prejudiced against white people? Yes, most definitely. And we have valid reasons to be prejudiced against white people. 400 years of torture? Yeah, I don't have to give you the benefit of the doubt of anything. Of anything. Just like they'll sit here and they'll quote the Civil Rights Act as if they just woke up one day and said, oh, you know what, we'll just give it to you. The only reason why Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act because they murdered Dr. King. And if they didn't give something to African Americans, they would have blown this mofo off. So to calm them down, they gave them the Civil Rights Act. But in true Western imperialistic fashion, within 2 years, that Stonewall, which is AKA the gay parade, the gay march, the first gay march, completely exists because of the Civil Rights Act. And today we see it, right? Today we see it where the LGBTQ, mostly whites, not even blacks, because for as much as some black people will act as if they're gay before they're black, even in that community over there, they're treated as an N-word. They're less than. They have no respect. They have no care to health care. They don't have care. They don't have access to shelters. They have nothing. They're just there as mouthpiece just to echo sounds of, oh, don't oppress us. That's it. That's it. But without the Civil Rights Act, without the work of a preacher, a black Southern preacher from Georgia, from the Ebenezer Church, a Protestant, an evangelical, you would not have had the first gay march. Because what does the Civil Rights Act do, right? It reinforces the First Amendment, which is freedom of speech, freedom of gathering. People cannot deny you anything because of your color, of your gender, of who you are, of your religion. That's the First Amendment. That's the First Amendment. You see what I mean? So it's based on that they could gather based on their sexuality or their sexual orientation to say, oh, we want more rights because of a black Southern preacher and all these other black people who had to march. And today, I was sitting here yesterday too, and I see someone like Nikita Dragon trying people. But you see, this happens when African Americans stop schooling people on what allows them to live the American dream. You see, a lot of foreigners out here in this country, you would not live no American dream if it was not for the sacrifice of people that you don't even care to have respect for. Because the foolishness I saw from Nikita Dragon, had any black person done that, they would have called you hateful against Asian people. I don't know if you guys ever read the story of like I read it when I was a little kid though, but it wasn't French. I don't know if they have it here though. But I've read this story. It was the story of the cat and the dog because they were both living in the same house and they had a master. Then something happened, like the master lost something. So the dog knew where it was. So the cat said, okay, let's go get it. Now they have to cross the river. As you know, dogs are great swimmers. Cat can't stand water. So the dog said, oh, you can just stand on my back and I'll swim. So they do that. The dog swims across the pond, the river, whatever. They get there. The cat goes in and he gets whatever was stolen. He comes back, jumps on the back of the dog. The dog swims again like an idiot because, dogs are very loyal, swims again on the other side of the bank to get back to the house. But so the cat jumps off. He runs to the house. The whole time the dog is outside, like shaking the water off and trying to get himself together and trying to go into the house. By the time he gets to the house, the cat has already given the man whatever was stolen. So man said, oh my gosh, hello, kitty, kitty. Oh, you're such a good dog. By the time the dog comes, he cusses him out. Oh, you wicked dog. What were you doing? How come you couldn't go out there and get my thing? And the cat got it. Now you stay outside, cat. You come inside. And they're like, what? But who did the majority of the work? It was the dog. Black people, African Americans. You see what I mean? Like we are sitting here, right? We are sitting here and we are witnessing white people. No, I'm not trying to be offensive, right? But this is what you're witnessing. Like you're witnessing white people based on their sexual orientation become the new face of a civil rights movement that was completely sustained by unjust, unlawful incarcerations of Black people, murders of Black people, lynchings of African Americans, thousands of marches of African Americans, houses being burned, businesses being, like it's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. But yet when you say something, they say, oh, here you are using the race card. But when they go and they express themselves, like Nikita Dragon just kept on going yesterday, right? And even John Lemon too. But, he's, again, I think he's the kind of person who probably thinks that he is gay before he's Black. Does that make sense? But it's like that they can just talk to Black people any kind of way. But it's like, what did you do? What did you do? I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm really not trying to be disrespectful. When the Second War happened and America took the Japanese and the American Japanese and threw them in concentration camp, they didn't fight back. They didn't fight back. They walked. They walked. Like African Americans have always fought this government. They've always fought these people. But yet, when the Japanese come out of concentration camps, they're given money. They're given reparations. Japan is given reparations. The Japanese American, I think they were giving like $30,000 per family member. African Americans haven't gotten anything but insults, demeaning, calling you crazy, making it sound like you should always be grateful. It's like grateful for excuse me, for what? For what? They wouldn't even have this country if it wasn't from African American. If it wasn't for Black people, like I guess enslaved Africans. Have you ever heard of Teddy Roosevelt? This man, when like the states like Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, a lot of the southern states, I guess even part of California, but don't quote me on the California part, right? He went to fight the Mexicans. He lost. That's why they have this thing called Remember the Alamo. They whooped his behind. They like to make these movies where they're like these like amazing fighters, the last samurai. Like they just be lying to themselves. Once again, it's Black people doing the work. He went to fight these people at the border. These Mexicans, Mayans, whatever they happen to be at the time, whooped this little European tail. And then he went back with the Buffalo Soldiers. Have you ever heard of the Buffalo Soldiers? Buffalo Soldiers are, I guess, freed Africans, because they're not African Americans at that point, right? But they are freed Africans who joined the North during the Civil War, right? And when Lincoln, because another one, this man is corrupt. He's not a good person. He's not a good person. When Lincoln, the war's over. So Lincoln says to them, oh, give back your weapons. Like, give back my weapons. So you had us go down there and kill white people, and you want me to give my weapons up? You must be out your mind. A lot of them did not give up their weapons. They didn't give up nothing. They just left. And those people, those who, I guess they're defuncts of the North, the Army of the North. I don't know how you want to call it. What was the Army thing called? I don't know. The South versus the North. But they were defuncts. So just like they left. They left. And they will become known as the Buffalo Soldiers. Like Bob Marley even has a song about them, like Buffalo Soldiers. It's them. So he went and hired them. They helped him to win. That's how they secured all the southern, like those southern states over there. When it comes to like states like Louisiana, Mississippi, like everything, quote unquote the Louisiana Purchase. The Louisiana Purchase is about a third of the US, right? It's because of Haiti. It's because of Haiti. When these Haitian people, when these Africans, these Yoruba people, when these, because Haitians are Yoruba, like their ancestry is Yoruba, like because from the bottom western, no, eastern part of Nigeria, all the way through like Benin, Togo, Ghana, Ivory Coast. These are mostly Yoruba people, like, and that's where they took the people that would be sold into like that. What makes like Haiti today, and that's why they have the voodoo, because voodoo is a cultural identity too. There's a place in Benin called Dahomey, like that place is really known for the tradition of voodoo because it is an African religion. Does that make sense? So when our Haitian family over there whooped their asses, you guys, Toussaint Louverture was like the leaders, like one of the leaders of the Haitian Revolution, right? The way they whooped these white people's behind, and they were so, I don't know if they were so, like, they probably had bad PTSD, so bad that they were like, you have to behead them just to make sure that they'll come back to life and oppress us again. So they weren't just trying to like, you know what I mean? They're like, boop, like, cut this off. Because these people, the way they treat human beings, they must not be humans. So they didn't know if they're like, I'm not trying to be like, yo, for real. Yeah, we're gonna go on Patreon. I'm not trying to be extra. But they didn't know because it's not normal to do this to human beings. Who does this to people? So out of fear that if we just, boop, they're gonna come back to life somehow, just, boop, you know what I mean? So they would behead them. They beheaded them. They didn't have time because they were so afraid of these. They have PTSD. So they weakened Napoleon's army so bad. And at that time, Napoleon is what America is in the world. Like he had the most powerful navy in the world. And this on a little island like that, these Africans don't whoop these people's asses. And it was so horrible. These Europeans, these French were so traumatized. Like the level of I don't know if I'm gonna call it savagery, but the level, the way they were getting handled out there, they're like, oh, we can't do this no more. So he's like, I'm pulling out. So that's why he just got rid of the entire territory that is the Louisiana Purchase. It's almost like 10 to 13 states that make up the Louisiana Purchase. It's huge. But because of Haiti, America was able to get it for like $1 million. Because of Haiti. But now they want it, like, that's the thing, but like they'll make movies and act like they work so hard. They'll have movies with John Wayne and act like boom, 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 boom. He's the white cowboy who went in there and killed all the Native Americans. You didn't do nothing. That's not how it went down. Please tell the truth out here in the streets. Please tell the truth. Haiti did a lot for this country. And every time something happens to Haiti, they act like they don't know what to do. No, you have to show respect. You have to show respect. Like, please, like, stop playing with people's minds. Like, to me, Marlene, like, is this kind of intellectual dishonesty that makes it hard for me to trust these people? I have a hard time trusting. I can't. I really cannot. And trust, I'm gonna get to the Nicki thing, right? But I need to lay out like a background for you to understand where I'm coming from. There is so much dishonesty, and then there is so much credit always taken away from Black people in order for Black people to not truly know how powerful they are. These people couldn't have made it without Black people. They wouldn't have made it. They wouldn't have made it. Like, even when we talk about wet nurses, like Black women who had to breastfeed European children. Why? Because breast milk transfers antibodies. The first form of vaccine made by God for humans, to protect humans, is breast milk. That's why all pediatricians encourage mothers to breastfeed, because a mother passes her antibodies to the child. So now imagine somebody forcing you to be a human vaccine. That's exactly what it was. They didn't just make this woman breastfeed because, oh, it's inconvenient for the European woman's nipple, or, oh, she didn't have enough breast milk. No, they wanted the antibodies because they're dying. You guys have to remember, it was really hard for them to adjust when they came. Because, they have a hard time adjusting. They have a hard time adjusting. They don't live long. So it's like, so you notice that the African woman, somehow she's not dying, and she's having a bunch of kids, and the kids not dying, but their babies are dying. And you can even go into like their records, like European records, and see how high their infant mortality was. Like these white children were just dying. Don't come for me. I didn't say anything wrong. Okay? So when you notice that, but how come she's having all these babies and not dying? The only difference is their diet. It's the breast milk. It's the breast milk. You see, the black body, and I don't know if it's the melanin that allows us to be so strong and so healthy and so vibrant, because even compared to Native Americans, we can withstand being in proximity to Europeans, right? The Native Americans, I guess they were just so clean. They were just so clean. Because like, they were very clean because they lived out of nature. Like and then they had a very like holistic way of life. Even when they kill something, the way they would eat, like everything was very, very holistic. So when these Europeans come, because you got to remember at that time, it's not just George V that they're running from. It's not just taxation that they're running from. They're lying. They're running from diseases, the plague, okay, which comes from being always in close quarters with rats. I'm not trying to be offensive, y'all. Like Europe was so filthy. It was just disgusting. Okay, like it was very filthy. Like it's not my fault. And there's even like a British author. He traveled because he traveled from England all the way to Paris, Europe. You know, and he would document that. Like they even have stories about like Harlequin. Have you ever heard of a Harlequin? Like that black and white thing. He's black and white, and he has like a mask on his face, and he has like three things coming out. Like he looks like he's a joke, but he's not really a joke though, right? But Harlequin, because in Italy people were dying, children were dying so fast, so they made up Harlequin to help the children cope with death. Like he's not a good symbol. He's not a good symbol. You know what I mean? And that's why like at that time also people used to wear masks and stuff like that. Just like they're making us wear a mask right now because there was a pestilence. They are very familiar with pestilence, and they are very familiar with how their immune system responds to pestilence. And that's why they're very afraid. And I understand. I can't even be mad at them, right? But it's like they're fleeing death in Europe. And when they come here, they're not clean. They're not clean. And they bring pathogens onto this land. The same way, like after the earthquake in Haiti, when the United Nations agreed to bring troops to Haiti, they brought people from Bangladesh. They have a famous river in Bangladesh, like Harley, yeah, Alican. He's like black and white. You've seen him. He looks like checkers. He has like that diamond, the black and white diamond. Go look at where he comes. He's not a character that came from a happy place. He's not Ronald McDonald. It's from death. It was bad. Like it was really, really bad. It was bad. Even like the thing with the barber thing. You see how the barber thing, like that swirl, it's like red, white, that swirl thingy. Because before, back in their day of infestation and pestilence, right? The barbershop was a place where they would bleed you. When the Europeans would get sick, they had this idea that you can just drain it out of you. So you will go there, they would slit you, and you would just like bleed profusely. Like they've had the hardest time coping with their immune system, dealing with the environment, if that's the most polite way that I can put it, right? You see what I mean? Yeah, so they will bleed you to death. Like it's a lot. They like it's a lot. It really is a lot. So when they come here, like yeah, the Bangladeshi, there's a famous river in Bangladesh. That river is full of cholera because it's very unclean. Even the rivers in India, a lot of rivers in India are intoxicating because people take their cattle there, they wash themselves there, they wash the clothes there, they pee in there, they poo in there. Like it's just a hot air. It's just a mess. It's a mess. But humans can carry pathogens. Like you can carry cholera. So when these Bangladeshis arrive in Haiti, they contaminate the island. And all of a sudden, there's a new disease on the island, cholera. They never had it. So that you saw, like, after the earthquake, Haitians were dropping like flies because these Bangladeshi soldiers from the UN introduced a new pathogen on the island. And this stuff is real, y'all. This stuff is really real. So it's the same thing. When they get off the little Magna Carta ship, the little raft, and they come here, they introduced a lot of disease agents to Native Americans that they had never experienced before. And so Native Americans start dropping like flies. The Trail of Tears, that's exactly what that is, where they intentionally put their European diseases onto blankets, right, and gave it to these people because they were never exposed to it. So these people were just dropping like flies. Now, for some reason, Africans experience the same disease-stricken carrying Europeans, but for somehow we don't die. That's the thing. That's why they kept doing the slave trade. Because at first they tried to enslave Native Americans. Their bodies couldn't sustain it. Their bodies could not sustain being in proximity to these people because they kept making them sick. Their bodies couldn't sustain the labor. But when they come in contact with Africans, they don't die. And not just that, they bring us here, we're not dying. And this is what begins, I really believe, right? This is what begins this sick Western scientific inquiry into the Black human body, where they start opening us up, they start chopping us up, they start dissecting us, beheading us, because they're always trying to find out what is it about Black, what is it about the African person, the African like entity that makes him or her so resilient. Like a Black woman she can push 10, 20 babies. You can't even tell. A lot of them have a lot of fertility issues, right? There's only but so much their bodies can do. I'm telling you, a Black woman can give life to 25,000 children. Girl, my neighbor, Miss Mary, you guys thank God for Miss Mary. My neighbor's you don't live in a Black neighborhood. My neighbor's African-American, right? Miss Mary, during the whole, because I didn't have power for 12 days, Miss Mary and her husband, Mr. Calvin, they took care of me all day. She fed me every day. Like, I felt like I was Prophet Elisha and she was like the widow of Zarephath. Like, she fed me every single day. Because my sister was stuck here too. She would feed us. She would bring ice for us, water for, it was like, I felt like I was like having like a hotel experience in the middle of a storm with no power. That's why I'm like, you got to check yourself with prejudice. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if I had like prejudice? Can you imagine? But anyways, right? That's like, what is up with these people? How is this even possible? And there begins the RAPE of the Black woman, not only just to create more children, but to keep her in a state of lactation. Because if you have a kid and you take the baby off the breast milk, you stop producing breast milk. So it's like, now let's make sure that we constantly impregnate you. Let's make sure that we constantly keep you in a state of lactation. Can you imagine what that does to the body? And anybody who's ever breastfed children, the way it hurts your back. Oh, Jesus. Like, it does something to your back. I can't even put that into words. You see what I mean? Like, we were like Black African women were their vaccines. That's wicked. And even like the way we make our food. If you come here to New Orleans, you'll see it too, like the okra, the spices. That's some African stuff right there, okay? So nobody love okra as much as West African. Like, you can see the West African signature all over Louisiana cuisine, right? But even the way we cook with the spices, the peppers, you'll recognize that for some reason, I don't know why, but pepper, like eating spicy food, like pepper food, it truly helps with, it cleans your colon because it helps you to go to the bathroom a lot. You're gonna have great bowel movement. It helps you with it helps your immune system. There's something in pepper that cayenne pepper. You see, there's something in pepper that is really good for the human body. I don't know what it is. I don't know what chemical is in pepper. You know what I mean? But there's that spicy food is really good for you. Not like excessively spicy, because then it can really hurt your liver. But it's like there's something about having a bit of spice of like hotness in your food that truly helps you with your immune system. So they would eat the way these people would know how to cook because they recognize like, whoa, these people are adapting really well. And I said this to you, if anybody's from West Africa, especially from the Ivory Coast, you come to New Orleans, it looks like the climate looks identical. They intentionally kidnap people they knew would survive in this climate. They intentionally did that stuff. They didn't randomly go kidnap people in Africa. They intentionally picked the people. You understand me? You see what I'm saying? So let me try to get to my Nicki Minaj thing because I've been talking for like 40 minutes. But I hope this is helpful to you guys, right? Okay, I hope it's helpful. So let's talk about the issue with Nicki. So Nicki was on Twitter because Nicki and her barbs. Maybe I'm a barb too. I don't know, but Nicki's really on Twitter with the barbs, and they have all these conversations, and she talks to the barbs, and they, it's their place to kiki over there because she really kikis with her audience. And so they brought up the conversation about okay. So she was talking about I guess something that happened to her cousin's friend when he took his choir, when he took she says that from what she claimed on her Twitter that his testes were swollen. She never said how big they got. She didn't say they were gigantic. She just said they were swollen. It could be a small inflammation. It could be a high inflammation. It could be whatever. Okay, it's not possible. We don't know because at the end of the day, it's a liquid, right? At the end of the day, It's a liquid. That thing right there, it's a liquid, right? So when we talk about I forgot what I was gonna say. When we talk about like putting liquid in people's bodies, like your thyroids can have, because what causes like excess fluid in the body usually is your thyroids, right? So it could be that maybe this person has thyroid issues that he didn't know and he took the vaccine, because some people with pre-existing conditions have to be very careful. It could be his lymphatic system, right? Some people don't have a good lymphatic system. So maybe when they put this extra liquid in him, his lymphatic system had an adverse reaction. And it can happen anywhere. It can happen anywhere. Sometimes when you get like this, even your arm can be swollen, right? Exactly. So we don't know. And just like Mark is saying too, we don't even know what kind of brand of thing he took, because in third world countries, you're just throwing any kind of shots on the thing. And because they're Black people, nobody cares what's being sold to them, and nobody cares what's being put into his vaccine. Right. And so I'm like, it's not impossible. And one thing I hate about like especially these liberal Europeans, and I was so happy one day when Abba and Preach made a video about there's this European here on YouTube, D'Amelio, what's his name? Frankie. He does like the news, but he talks like super, super, super fast. You know what I'm saying? And they really called him out on that. It's like, it's funny how European liberals, right, will be quick to say, oh, I support Black people. Oh, Black Lives Matter. They'll put a black square on their Instagram. But as soon as we start talking about this issue, oh, how come you haven't taken it? You're an idiot for not taking it. Da, 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 da. And it's like, okay, but where goes your support? Like 2 days ago, you were supporting Black people. They are beyond a gamut of valid reasons as to why Black people do not want to take it. You see what I'm saying? There are, oh gosh, I mean, the list is, okay, the list is extensive as to why Black people have trepidations, and their trepidations are valid. We live in a country that historically, and even to this day, continues to disregard Black people. You see what I'm saying? And let's be honest, right? Black people die every single day. I'm not minimizing death. We're going to talk fast. So please take your opinions out. Take your emotions out of this. Black people die every single day. Black people receive the worst end of any kind of judicial sentencing, right? Black people receive the worst kind of care in the hospital system, especially Black women, especially pregnant Black women. Black children receive the worst kind of education in public schools. You hear me? Black people, like just period. The majority of Black neighborhoods are food deserts. Like people can't even walk to a place to buy healthy foods like vegetables and water and where they can actually make their own meals. Most places, Black people have to drive to have access to their food, like a healthy food source, a decent food source, right? A lot of white people can walk to a Whole Foods. A lot of white neighborhoods, there's Whole Foods, there's Walmart, there's Costco, there's this, there's Trader Joe's. Like all the good places for food are always in white neighborhood. They're in the proximity of white people. Everything in America, okay, is made to make the lives of white people convenient. Even when we have the power outages here, there's even the neighborhood is really mixed up. But this side, like my side, is majority Black. Like there is a white neighbor, but it's like majority Black on this side, right? The people over there, where it's like a majority white people in enclave or Europeans over there, they had power on Monday. They had power since Monday. They had power. You hear me? And us over here, we didn't get power until 8 p.m. You hear me? Hey, Elena. You see this? They made sure to shorten the inconvenience for Europeans, because Europeans always come first. You see what I'm saying? And me, Marlene, I'm going to talk to you from my heart, because we Black. You know, we're all Black. We all come from the same tree. We just have, because of things that happen, we have different branches, right? But at the end of the day, we're family. This is really I don't know everybody who watches my videos, but the majority of my people, we're family. Like even days that I don't come on, I really think about you. I'm like, oh my gosh, I miss them. I miss my people. Like when I went to Virginia, when James and I went to VA, I was like, oh, I miss you guys. And then the power was off. I didn't even know, because I I don't know. I lost my password, so I can't do YouTube from my phone. So I really miss you. I really look at y'all like my family. Does that make sense? The family. Let's be honest. If this epidemic was only affecting Black people, if Black people were the only ones dying from this epidemic, the way we die from poverty, the way we be out here dying from evil laws, the way we die from so many things, if this thing was only affecting Black people, they wouldn't care. They wouldn't care. They wouldn't be shutting down the country. They wouldn't do all this, like giving out stimulus. They wouldn't do none of that stuff. The reason why they want people to take the vaccine is not because they want to protect your life. They do not care about your life. They don't care. Like, this country does not care about your life. The only reason why they truly want they want Black people to take the vaccine. First of all, I think they want to know how it works, because if we can handle that, then they can use it to make certain changes, because we have a very strong immune system. We really do. Number two, they want us to take it so that not too many white people die. You see, the only reason, and I'm not trying to be offensive, but the only time when white people care about the well-being of Black people is when they stand to be harmed if something happens to a Black person. You see what I mean? If this disease didn't affect them at all, they could care less if we die. Look at Chicago. It's only affecting Black people, so they don't care. These kids can keep on killing each other. They do not care. Pay attention. If this thing could be quarantined to just taking away the lives of Black people, they would not care. You would not see Dr. Fauci. You would not see they wouldn't care. They would pretend like, oh, we're in this condition because we like to take welfare checks. They would find a way to blame it on Black people. Oh, y'all like welfare checks, and it's the drugs that you take and it's the food that you eat. They would find a way to absolve themselves of any care. They would absolve of any, because they're not responsible, right? But because they understand that they can get it too, and they can die, and they also have a history of succumbing to pandemics, because that's always been their history. They struggle with those things. They have a hard time with them. So in order to protect white lives, everybody must take the vaccine. That's really what it is. It's to protect white people. They don't care about, like, if you really think they want you to live, they could care less if you die. You see what I mean? Like, I was on Instagram today, and a Black guy was like, Black people should take the vaccine, and, like, you don't want to die, and et cetera, et cetera. And I said, brother, like, we don't want to die. Why? First of all, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm really not trying to be offensive, right? But on a critical plane, right? What is so bad about dying anyways? When you're a Black person, and you look at the quality of life of Black people here, the way they police, they kill Black people, the way they lie on Black people, the way they disenfranchise Black people, the way Black people always they treat us like that gum that is stuck at the bottom of their shoe. Like, what is the quality of life that is so amazing out here that Black people should fight so hard to preserve it? It's like, and who said that dying is so bad after all? I'm serious. The majority of Black people are Christians, so they should be open with leading their maker. It's not a bad thing, right? Do you know what I mean? Because you live. Okay, fight to live. Go, oh, I don't want to die. Let me run and take this thing. No problem. But honestly, what's the quality of life you're going to have? Where they force you to work 9 to 5 and pay you basic money? Where you live just to pay bills? And you live just to pay bills? They want you to live so they can keep taxing you more? They want you to live so that you can witness gentrification of Black neighborhoods? They want you to live so that you can put money in the Social Security fund, and that they can have enough money to pay off the payments to the white retirees. They want you to live long, so what? I mean, I'm serious. So you can witness more death in the Black community. Like, what exactly what kind of life are you really fighting for? I'm really asking a question. Like, you're fighting for what? What, like, in America, what is the quality of life of Black people? It's not even a decent quality of life of Black people. It's not even a decent, like, you're fighting to live so what? You can see more payday loans, more shark loans in Black neighborhoods. You're fighting so that they can come and put more liquor stores in Black neighborhood. You're fighting to live so that they can stuff your face with more McDonald's every single day, and some Popeyes, and some fried food, and some fried chicken, and some fried noodles, and excuse me? Like, what life? What life? Like, there are so many prevalent issues that every day kill African Americans who they're also American citizens. They are also American citizens. They have contributed heftily to this country becoming one of the top nations in the world. Here you are looking at a kidnapped people who has the complete identity erasure, complete historical erasure, complete genealogy erasure. Like African Americans have been robbed of so much. It is so sad. Like sometimes I just think about it and start crying. How can you do this to people? How can you do this to people? They don't even know who they are. Don't even know where they like. How do you do this to human beings? And every time they build something, you destroy. You burn it down. You steal it. You kill. Every time they have a leader who can help them to become somebody. Every time they have a leader that can help them to have pride about themselves. Every time they had a leader that's trying to steer them in the right direction, boom, 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 boom. You care? You care? Like this is a joke? Here's Joe Biden. First of all, he started out by telling black people, "Oh, if you don't vote for me, you're not black." Can you imagine? A European from Delaware and Pennsylvania, some of the most racist states in America, in the North especially. Pennsylvania is a racist state, okay? He's going to tell you what constitutes your blackness. And yet his entire tenure in Congress, he has worked overtime to punish you for your blackness and to criminalize your blackness. Okay, I guess that makes sense somewhere, right? But here's a man who, I guess he hired some black girls to be his the representative or his spokespeople, his PR. I don't even know, Chad. But he gets there, and the first thing he does is pass a bill against the hate against Asian people. But he can't even bring himself to pass a bill against lynching, which still happens to this day. There are still black people in the South here, Mississippi, Louisiana, them back town somewhere, who are still getting lynched. And this man cannot bring himself to pass a law to say like lynching is like it's illegal. He can't even do that. Can't even do that. But he cares about your life though. He cares so much that he wants you to put something into your body. This is crazy. This is crazy. And so I was teasing, and he was like, "Oh, sis, I'm not even going to argue with you because it's true." And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "But I just don't want to end up with a tube in my throat." And I was like, "Brother, you're not going to end up with a tube in your throat." Like, first of all, push those thoughts, rebuke those thoughts as far away as possible from you. Number one. Number two, rebuke those images, those imageries as far as possible from you in the name of Jesus. As a man thinks, so shall he become. And also, it's okay to tell yourself, if I do catch it, guess what? I'm going to beat it. Here's a novel idea. You know me, Marlene? Take it how you want to take it. But I truly, truly believe that Black people have an amazing immune system. I think Black people have an amazing immune system. I think we have a powerful immune system. And that's why John Hopkins stole that lady's stem cell for 25 years. They were exploiting that lady's stem cells. That's why they have Black women, Haitian women kidnapped in Guantanamo for big pharma to perform all kinds of experiments on their bodies. You'll be surprised how they kidnap Black people globally, and these pharma companies use them for torture, for medicinal torture, so that they can sell their drugs. Every time you see people talking about, "Oh, this drug was FDA approved and it was tested on humans," who do you think it was tested on? Who do you think it was tested on? These people have been using us as their guinea pigs for centuries, actually. You hear me? And then there was this European, and this is another thing I cannot stand also. When Black people are conversing, we have our own like community, or like we're having our conversations, right? And then a European wants to interject and school you. And I'm like, the only way a European can have any notion of what Black people feel, what happened to Black people, or Black history, is through reading books. Same books written by white folks. So I'm not trying to be offensive, but can no European read my experience? Okay? You cannot go to your Western books that are full of lies and think you're going to school me on what it is for me to be a Black person. That is so disrespectful, because you would never go up to a Jewish person and try to school them on what truly happened in Germany or what truly happened at Auschwitz. You wouldn't do that. You would not do that. But because inherently, a vast majority of Europeans believe that we're dumb. You know what I mean? They really believe that we're dumb. They think we're dumb, we're stupid, we're slow. That's why when you get these comments, "Oh my gosh, you're so smart," because they thought you were going to be dumb. Oh my gosh, you speak so well. Like they have the worst, like it's just, oh my gosh. So they think, oh, they're gonna come and school you. School me on what? But yet they're not even well versed in the atrocities of their ancestors. But they won't come tell you about your black self and black experience. So this European was in the comment section trying to school black people on the Tuskegee experiment. And what he said was, oh, that they did not give the black people syphilis, that those black people already had syphilis. So what these Europeans, what these quacks, because these are not even real doctors, because these people, black, seriously, if you perform medicine to torture people, to destroy people, you're not really a doctor though. You're like, you are, these people, they're sociopaths. They're serial killers parading around as doctors. And that's the thing with Western medicine, right? Western medicine was built by a bunch of sociopaths, serial killers, people who killed black people, beheaded black people, boiled the heads of people. These people are serial killers who were allowed to kill, torture, dehumanize, decapitate in the name of science. And that's why I find it so funny with Don Lemon, right? So, oh, the science. I'm like, you, first of all, science, as we leave it up to what's his name, Darwin, says that you are a monkey. You're a monkey. Like that's the premise of Western science, right? Darwinism, evolution. Africans come from monkey. So you, Don Lemon, I don't care, maybe because you think because you're light skinned and that you're part of the LGBTQ, so you think maybe you're special, but you're really not. Because their Western science says that you are a monkey. And I even wonder what Western science even has to say about homosexuality, though. But Western science does not like anybody who's not white. If you're not white, something is wrong with you. Western science gave these people permission to conduct all kinds of atrocities on the bodies of people who are non-white. It's so unethical. Like on so many grounds, it is unethical practice of whatever they want to call medicine. It is so unethical. So unethical. Does that make sense? So so he was like, yeah, so that the people already had syphilis. They did not give the people syphilis, but they lied to them in making them think that they were going to give them the medicine to cure the syphilis. And I'm like, that's even more foul. So it's like, because if you had given them syphilis and watched them die, I'm like, okay. But assume these black people already had syphilis. So they came to you out of desperation. And you looked at them dead in the eye and you gave them sugar cubes. And the whole time they were hoping to be healed. I'm like, and the fact that he writes this and he doesn't even see that also is white supremacy. And that also is demonic. I'm like, you see, and this is why when you are a European in black spaces, just keep your mouth shut. Because you will never understand. Y'all like, then that's the thing with these people when they talk about science and the fact. They think everything is so black and white. How pedestrian. How pedestrian that everything's like, oh, step one, step two, like everything is a recipe. No. And that's what we make for better cooks. Because, yeah, you can follow the recipe, but there's something to be said about knowing how to cook. You know, like, this missing a little something. Does that make sense? That's why everything is so stale over there. Like, no, that is sick. That is sick. If you are a doctor and you took an oath that what's called Hippocratic oath, whatever it's called, to heal people, and you go to some people who you know have a disease and you lie to them and you give them sugar cubes, but you're dangerous. You are dangerous. And you watch these people drink this stuff. They're drinking thinking that you have their best intent, you have their good intentions for them at heart. They're thinking like, oh, if I commit to this religiously, I'm gonna find healing. And the whole time, you just want to watch them drink sugar cubes and you watch them die. Because you have an experiment that you need to perform. Like, if this is not some psychotic stuff, like, how is this not being a serial killer? How is this not some psychotic, stupid stuff? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. But that's an understanding subconsciously that you could never understand because you're white. And the third point is, they never would have gone to white people who had syphilis and gave them sugar cubes and watched them die. Because for all white people, the lives of white people are very valuable. White people value the lives of other white people. They never would have done that. They would have worked above and beyond to cure these people. But because it's black people, especially at that time, the N word, it's okay. They're going to die anyways, right? Because our lives don't mean anything to these people. And it's the same thing. Like, how many, like, there's been years now. Black women are constantly talking about how they're being treated in natal care, prenatal, postnatal care. Has this country done anything to change it? Has so-called science done anything to rectify the way these people are being trained as doctors, which is entrenched in white supremacy? No, because she's dead. That's probably one less. That's probably one less welfare check we'll have to write. That's probably one less child that eventually we'll have to send to prison, right? Because that's what they think of us. Unless they have like a financial benefit out of our bodies, they don't see the purpose in us living. Nothing changes. You don't see like journals being written, conventions being had, like schools changing their curriculum to address how healthcare should be administered to Black people and how you should listen to Black people. Science is one of the most, like this so-called science and Western medicine is one of the most elitist, racist, segregated area. I like it's worse. It's worse even than finances. The way Black people get treated over there, it's worse than even like the economy. We're left to die. Like when I go to my hospital here on the West Bank, Oshner, the West Bank, you should see the hospital, how it looks, because it's the majority of people who go there are elderly Black people. The elevator probably, like most of the time, the elevator don't even work. And you got these Black people who have canes and wheelchair who are sitting there missing their appointment because they're stuck on the first floor because the elevator is not working. They treat Black people like animals. Science, 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 science. My Black ass. And so what? Like then they swear, like these people swear before they came to us with their science and their Western voodoo, and they have the audacity to insult our voodoo, right? Their Western mysticism and their Western magic that they call science. They act as if we were not living and thriving. They're the ones like Pasteur. This even like sterilization. Pasteur came up with that. He's French. He had to because they were dying. We didn't have to because we were not dying. Okay, innovation emanates out of a need, especially an urgent need. We were not dying. Like there was one time like this racist French lady was saying that, oh, Africans should be grateful to the French or the Europeans because they brought vaccinations to Africa. And I'm like, we don't have to be grateful because we were not dying. Us encountering you caused us to die. So yes, you have to give us our vaccine because you introduced these diseases to us. We're not a filthy people. We're not filthy people. I'm not trying to be offensive, but we're sitting here in 2021 and you have multi-millionaires like the boy from Punk. What's his name? The guy who does Ashton Kutcher, his girl, his wife. You have a bunch of white people, rich white people, successful white people who are on TV, on their podcast, on YouTube, letting people know that they don't shower, they don't bathe for weeks, that they don't bathe their children. Like, could you imagine? Like, are you serious? So if you can hear this in 2021, imagine what their mindset when it came to water and soap was in like 1300, 1400. You're bringing diseases. The majority of Black people who were kidnapped and sold into this illegal human trafficking, okay, are people by the sea, by the ocean. Salt kills everything. And that's why back then, when they didn't have freezers or anything to conserve stuff, they would use salt to preserve sausage. Everything was preserved with salt. We're not dying because we're in that water. We love water. I'm not trying to be offensive, but it's like we didn't need the vaccine. You every time you land on people's shores, you introduce new disease. You brought the disease. You bring the disease to people. That's the thing. Like Native Americans also didn't need vaccines. They were not dirty people. I'm not trying to be offensive, but they were very clean because they felt like everything belonged to Mother Nature. So you have to be respectful. Like Native American people are not greedy people. If they kill an ox, they kill a bull, they kill a buffalo, they're going to use every single part of that animal. They will eat the food. They will eat the intestine. They're going to use the horns for something. They'll use the skin for shelter and clothing. Like, they didn't waste, because even though they killed the animal, they killed the animal with respect. Like, oh, we're so grateful that you're allowing us to eat your meat so we can survive. And even the way they got rid of the animal, like, everything was holistic. It was clean. You see what I mean? You watch the way that these Europeans move. Everything is out of greed. And because of that, they create so much pollution. America produces 75% of the world's trash. Huh? You're not even the biggest population of the world, and you produce the most trash. Today, countries like China, all these other countries that used to take America's trash, don't want it. In the namesake of greed, Europeans will produce so much trash. They don't care how they affect the environment. They do not care. Like, even like those things that happened between the guy from Virgin and Jeff Bezos going to the edge of the earth. Do you know how much CO2 emissions these people created just so they could go to the edge of the earth? They don't care. Unnecessary CO2 emissions. Tons of CO2 emissions that all of us are going to have to breathe so that two white boys can fulfill their childhood dream. They don't care. They do not care. And nobody's checking Jeff Bezos. Nobody's checking, what's his name, Branson over there. Why? Because white people can do whatever they want to fulfill their fantasies. Greed. Never doing anything in harmony with the environment. And that's why we have all these calamities, all these hurricanes, all this, like, this whole global warming. It's them. It's all them. Producing stuff that people don't even need, filling up landfills that nobody needs. Amazon came in creating a fake sense of urgency. Like, oh, you got to have it next day. Oh, yeah, I got to have it next day. Now it's like millions of planes in the air, millions of cars and trucks on the roads, polluting for what? Just so that you can get a small candle in a box this big. Pollution. And nobody addresses that. How they create disorder in the environment. How they create these serious imbalances in the climate that puts everybody else at a disadvantage, especially our people who live on those islands. And they get it worse. There are consequences in life. There are consequences to, like, untamed greed. There are these billions of dollars that they're chasing. There are consequences to that. These Bitcoins people are trying to harness, and whatever they try to do with those Bitcoins, it causes environmental damages. All this, like, this is just, these people pollute. Europeans pollute at a scale that is disturbing. The forest they've destroyed, the animals that they've made extinct. Nobody holds these people accountable for ruining the planet. No, they gonna mess this whole mug up and then try to go live on the moon and leave us in a place that is completely out of whack. And nobody checks these people. We have so much like evil, like we have so much like dangerous climate coming ahead of us, you guys. These things is real, y'all. When I'm telling you, when that water was out here in the streets, the Hurricane Ida stuff, that stuff is strong, y'all. It is strong. And I'm like, if this stuff keeps happening every year like this, a lot of places not going to exist anymore. And a lot of people are going to lose their insurance because these insurance are created to make money. They don't want to pay your claims. They want you to pay them and they don't want to do nothing. And a lot of people will lose their insurance. They're going to get dropped. Or they're going to be like, oh, well, this wasn't water damage. It was wind damage. There are consequences. They don't care. They never care. But they want to make sure that they can live as long as possible to keep damaging the planet. And everybody else needs to fall in line. And that's the issue I have with Democrats. That's the issue I have with these liberals. It's like they behave as if they're still your slave master. Like, where they have eminent domain over your body. Like, they write the Constitution to your mind. And whatever they tell you to do, you must do it. Can you imagine? And if you don't do it as a Black person, here comes the shameful tactics. They act like they're doing comedy. I saw a bunch of like white men on these liberal channels like ABC, CNN, the people who do like late night hosting. They're not even funny if you ask me, right? But here you have a bunch of heterosexual white males who are known for abuse, gaslighting. Oh gosh, I mean, I can't even say it, right? Because it's too much. trying to crack jokes at Nicki. I'm like, shut up. These are the same people who used to crack jokes at the pain of black people. Like, dude, don't laugh. Don't ever laugh. I'm not trying to be funny. Even if you don't agree with a black person, even if you disagree with the black person, stay on code. Like, never laugh at any Westerners joke when they're making fun of one of your own. If you want to check your own when we together. Don't you ever laugh at their jokes. Because they laughed too when Dr. King was getting killed. I bet you they had jokes back then. They laugh at everything. I bet you they were laughing too when they burned down Tulsa, Oklahoma. Behind a white man's joke is so much wickedness. Behind a white man's joke is so much elitism. It's so much racism. These people, they're so snotty. Don't you ever laugh at their jokes. When you see any white person making fun of a black person, you check them. Even if you think it's funny. I remember one time we were, it was like, I was in high school then. I think it was like either like 9th grade or 10th grade, but it was our geometry class, right? It was me and my friend, Valencia. That's my best friend though. She's African-American. So me and Valencia were in geometry class and this white kid came over and I don't even know what he thought he was doing. So he was like, oh, why do black people, like some joke about black people. And it's like, what is it? And he was like, oh, because they're Negroes. Now, I thought it was a little bit funny though. But we didn't laugh though. Like, okay, I don't get it. What? Oh, because, and then he said again, oh, because they Negroes. When I tell you Valencia and I, we stayed on code like Aquarius, because I'm an Aquarius, she's an Aquarius too, right? Like, what? That's not funny. It's disrespectful. But then when he was gone, like, that shit was kind of funny though. You know what I'm saying? But you cannot allow him to feel like he can come to black people and crack black people joking about, oh, they Negroes. No, it's not funny. When you say it's not funny, it's not funny. I don't like it. Okay? Because like we gotta have boundaries here. We gotta have boundaries. Because they like to play with us the way they would never play with Jewish people about the Holocaust. You're gonna give me the same respect you give them. Okay? You don't go to Asian people and crack jokes about them. You will never do it. You're not gonna come over here and crack jokes about me. It's not happening. Do not allow that to ever happen in your presence. Stay on code at all times. Just like even yesterday, like Nikita, that person tried it too. Exactly. Nikita dragging that person over there, that entity over there, right? Tried it yesterday about, oh, that the culture comes from black drag queens and black trends. I'm like, so you are Asian and you gonna come here and try to tell us, you see, that's divisiveness. You see the entitlement? Just like, can you imagine us as black people? We go and we try to tell people, that, oh, the Vietnamese are less than the Koreans and Koreans are Japanese. Can you imagine if we go over there and we rank them based on their eye shape, based on who's Japanese, who's Korean, who's Vietnamese, who's Filipino, who's Chinese? Would you like that? Would you like that? But you're going to come into a family that you know nothing about. Because the majority of anybody that has white skin, I don't just mean Europeans. It'd be white Asians, it'd be white Mexicans, it'd be white Europeans, it'd be white Arabs. The majority of people who have white skin in this country, they love to be on the periphery of blackness. What does it mean to be on the periphery, Marlene? They like to be on the edges, okay? This is what you call the periphery, right here. Right there, that's the periphery. That is, oh, Fat, you need to go on the neighborhood talk because Kyle was keeping up with everything. It was getting ridiculous because she was that person misgendered Asian doll. So Asian doll was like, okay, no problem, let's do this. They are on the periphery. Oh, I like their style. Oh, I like their music because we sing about killing each other, right? Oh, I like the periphery. The consumerism of blackness. They are consumers of blackness and allies of black people. And you notice that too, right? That's why I don't like the term people of color, because my issue with people of color, our contribution ain't the same. You see what I'm saying? Because my issue with people of color, when you start saying people of color as a black person, as someone who's African or somebody who's African American, somebody who's of African descent, it's like you put yourself on the same standing as these people. It's like, no, our contribution ain't the same. You might be oppressed by them, but you have not been systemically oppressed by them in the United States. Does that make sense? And you didn't pay the same price as we did. So no, we ain't the same. That's why I say, like, say black. Don't say people of color. I'm not a people of color. I'm a black person. You know what I mean? Because you notice that, like, even like with Asian people, they're not usually allies of black people. But because of the Rona, because of Trump calling it a Chinese virus, Trump really egged that on. So for once, the Asians in America got to be treated like Black people. Because, in terms of like stereotypes, right? In terms of stereotypes, Asians are usually white people's preferred minority group. Okay. They're usually stereotyped as being super smart, going to Harvard, being geniuses, being industrious, having a whole lot of money. So they're usually treated really nicely. And I think like with the Rona and under Trump, it was the first time that they were treated as Black people. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm trying to say? Exactly. And that's the thing, right? Everybody consumes Blackness or Black cultures or the aesthetic of Blackness, but folks ain't really trying to get treated like Black people. That's like being a pariah. They don't want that. You know what I mean? Exactly. Because even like Koreans have a thing about bleaching their skin. In Korea, from a lot of friends that I have, even Asian culture, right? When a lot of because here in America, people like to tan, so they're like, oh, whatever. But when they go to Korea, sometimes people who are from here, who go to their countries, like their Asian nations, they get looked down upon because they're darker skin. They're not my complexion, but they're more olive because they've tanned. Because in a lot of Asian countries, the whiter your skin, the richer you are, because they think that you're on the inside all the time. If your skin is more olive and more tan, they're assuming that you must be outside. You outside all the time. So you're working like you're a servant, you're a seller, like you're out there. So you're not at that level, right? So Asians have a thing for bleaching their skin. Oh, yes, they do, child. Oh, yes, they do. Have you ever seen like these geishas? They put like super, super white powders on their faces. Does that make sense? Girl, I didn't say nothing. You know what I mean? So I think like it was the first time for them not like being the desired minority, but truly being treated like white Black people, and they couldn't take it. Ah! You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, we go through this like every single day. You know what I mean? Oh, Cuckoo Pessy, you know what I mean? We go through this every single day. But it was their egos got bruised because usually they are treated as like this like special, amazing minority groups. They're industrious. They have money. They're classy. They're quiet. They're submissive. They're super intelligent. They go to Harvard. They get like super, But like, let's talk about Quiana. Let's talk about Jeannie Mai, right? She benefits from that too. Not to be offensive. Jeannie Mai is a super criminal. She's a super criminal. The girl went to prison. She stole cars. She will steal people's cars. The first time she was sent to like a year or 2 years in prison, they let her out after 6 months. The second time she went to prison, she was stealing cars. She was involved in like a ring of people who stole cars in California, girl. I thought, whoo, that girl real criminal. I'm like, dang, girl, how did you end up on TV? How did you get this career? Because you think a Black woman who was part of a car stealing ring in California, who had 2 stints in prison? Yes, girl. Y'all don't know this? Y'all don't be doing your research? Because I don't know what happened. Something happened one time when it was Jeannie and Adrian. She was talking about, something about prison, because it was involving Black people. And she was like, oh, they should stay in prison. They need to pay the price if you can't do the crime, whatever kind of foolishness they were saying. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was Chris Brown. Somebody got mad and went and looked up their stuff. When I tell you, even Adrian also got arrested for shoplifting. But that's not that bad, though. But Jeannie was out here stealing cars, y'all. She was out here stealing cars. She went to prison. Hey, you hear me? The first time she got sentenced to like 1 or 2 years. That's a felony. Anything over 180 days, I think it's not a misdemeanor anymore. It's a felony. Because remember when I got in trouble, that's why, because remember I told you, I was like, when I got involved with those people too, when we stole some clothes, I ain't gonna lie to you, and I got arrested. Remember I told you I got arrested? At that time I had a green card. So if I had a felony, because when they booked me at the Fairfax station thingy, it was a felony. Because it was embezzlement, felony. I was like, oh my gosh, embezzlement. Yo, when I told you I almost died, that's I'm about to die, right? So that's what my lawyer had to fight to bring it down to 180 days and something suspended, like mad days were suspended, but then it became a misdemeanor. So I don't know if it's still on my record, but at that time, it became a misdemeanor. And they like run like petty theft misdemeanor. I think it was like either 179 or 180 days suspended. So anything under 180 days is a max for a misdemeanor. When you go in there for a year, 2 years, no, that is a felony. So the first time they caught her, she was in there, she served, she was in prison, y'all. They released her. You think she learned her lesson? You know what I'm saying? No, you see me, I learned my lesson. That was like 14 years ago. I was like, oh, hell no, I wasn't even meant for this. You know what I'm saying? I felt so bad, y'all. I was like, what is this? What am I doing? Like, this is crazy. No, she went back, stole more cars. She went back and she was stealing more. Jenny Mai stole cars. She went back again. And that time, the judge gave her more time. Because, the first time I said, she's Asian. She probably didn't mean it. You know what I'm saying? She been there, y'all. She been there. Adrian, shoplifting. I think even also, what's the black lady's name? That's Tamar doesn't like. The one Tamar don't like. Lonnie, is that Lonnie? I think Lonnie also has a criminal record. Yes, ma'am. When I read that, I couldn't believe it. And I think that time too, I think I was on the phone with the Lapa. I think she was like, but how exactly did this girl make it on TV like that? She works at because I had to send him stuff one time because they did an ad for Linga Lashes, right? It's Warner Brothers Studios. Yeah. It's Warner Brothers Studios. They are on the same set, like not the same set, but they're on the same campus as the Ellen DeGeneres show. Yo, it's real. It's real. You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling you, like, a black woman, you went to prison twice. You see the way they do. Oh, perfect. What Jenny Mai did, it's no different than what our sister girl did. The one that went to jail and accused Phaedra and Apollo. Oh my gosh, the light-skinned one with the big eyes. She went there for stealing cars too, right? But you see how they demonize her? They see how she can't have you see how they treat her, right? But then look how they treat Jenny Mai. That's the thing. Because even Asian people, Asian kids are still treated like white children. That when they do these nefarious things, something must be off because usually they're so smart. Jenny had like a fashion show on TV. She had like before she even got to be on the Real. Is that the Real, right? Remember she had yes. Remember her, the sister girl. And like now her son wants to be a girl. And so she's like, she's not gonna call her son a girl because that's her son. She's gonna, like they went on Dr. Phil's show. You guys know her. She's light-skinned with the big eyes. She's a Republican. Oh my gosh. I see her face. Like sometimes she even goes live with Kwame. You guys know her. You know what I'm talking about. She wrote a whole book about Phaedra and Apollo where they put her through, you know, because she went to prison for the car thing because they would steal cars. They would change the VIN numbers and steal cars. That's exactly what Jenny Mai was doing. That's what Jenny was doing. And Jenny went to prison just like she went to prison. Right? But when you have white skin, I don't care what your nationality is. I don't care what your ethnicity is. Angela Stanton, exactly. What Angela did, and she got all this time, is that she got more time. Her and Jenny Mai did the same thing. And on top of that, Angela, she did her stuff. She didn't go back. This one, she did it. They were nice to her because she's a white Asian kid. You know, she got white skin. They let her out. She was in there for like 6 months or 8 months or something like that. She goes back onto the street. She goes right back to stealing cars because she knew she had privilege. She did. Because anybody who is able to do something like that, which is a felony, and the judge is lenient on you and they let you out after 6 months, well, you know what? I ain't going to do this no more. But because she knew, I'm Asian, I can do it again. And she was right. She's Asian. Her skin is white. You see what I mean? Like even when Jeannie sits there and she was like, that she only entertains black guys in the dark, right? Like they're like a little snack, a little like, you know, dirty little secret, kinky little secret, and that the white man is who she gonna marry. Like she said that stuff, right? And people let that glance over because she's Asian and because she got white skin, right? If a black woman went on TV and said that, that the Jewish man is like her dark fetish, whatever, or that the Asian man is her dark fetish, whatever, like people will be so offended. And the black man is who I'm going to marry. But if I want to get my back busted and do a little freakish thing, I'm going to go find me a Jewish man, right? People would have been so like, what the heck? This wouldn't fly. But when you talk badly about black people in this country, no matter who you are, even when you are a person of color, you like, and they do that a lot. You got Fat Joe over here who was calling Vita and Mo unprovoked, calling them all kinds of roaches, crack house women, crack house bitches. I mean, like, it's so uncalled for. And I know there are a lot of black content creators who do like commentary videos who have been calling out Fat Joe for being a colorist, right? You know, because a lot of these like Afro Latinos, they have a lot of prejudice, right? And I was like, I don't know, but the versus thing, oh, it definitely came out because he said what he meant. He said how he felt because he don't talk that way about Ashanti, but the darker skinned people, he had the energy to say that. I'm like, okay, but that also applies to Remy though. It's funny how when you think you're insulting somebody, you're insulting someone you call your sister, by the way. I don't know, right? Exactly. Like he would lust over Ashanti because Ashanti does give you more like an Afro-Latina vibe, right? But when it came to people who like look straight up Negro, it was all kinds of crackhead. You got to go to a crack house. These are some crack bitches. And I'm like, do you know these girls personally? Have you ever witnessed them do crack? Like, what are we talking about here? And I'm like, we haven't even seen Vita for years. She don't bother nobody. Like, how do you even know that she does crack? Because she's skinny? I was so confused. But he meant it. He's a colorist. But this is another man who walks around here because hip hop and all these black guys in hip hop allow him to use the N-word. But you see how he truly feels though. Because if this is what you got to say about dark-skinned black women, how do you truly feel about all black people? Because if you can disrespect the black woman, you ain't got no respect for the black man. Because how everybody else that's black come out of a black woman's body. So what are we doing here? You see what I mean? So it's like when it's convenient for them, oh, there are people of color. When it comes to like taking actions against white oppression, black people always put their chests out there first. And then when it comes time for the benefits to be reaped, these people reap it. They stay quiet, so they're not seen as like, you know, aggressive, combative. No, they always keep quiet in out there in the darkness, in the shadows. Notice. They go through stuff too, right? But they never openly complain or go against the white man. Even the Asian hate thingy, they were trying to pin that on black people. They were trying to pin this whole Asian hate on black people. I said, hold on, wait a minute. Trump was the one doing the stuff about don't do that. Don't do that. Do not do that. Because even when we talk about like relationship between black people and Asians can be very unkind to black people. They like to open businesses in predominantly black neighborhoods just so they can treat us a certain way. Okay? There are a lot of Asian hair stores out here. And when you go, the hair is on the floor like we some dogs. Like, yo, let's not even talk about it. Let's not even talk about it. A lot of these like Chinese food joints in the black neighborhoods are so filthy. Put all kind of MSG in it because they see us like animals. But when they open their faux restaurants, they open their hibachi restaurants and whatever kind of restaurants in white neighborhoods. Oh, they be investing some coins though. They be recycling the oil though. You know what I mean? They be renewing that oil. They be using that clear oil, that brand new vegetable oil for them white people, right? Does that make sense? Because everybody who comes to America as an immigrant feels like black people are the doormat. Step on black people to build your wealth because this is exactly how these Europeans built their wealth, by stepping and walking all over black people. That's like, no. Okay, I'm good, Sylvia. That's why it's like, no, there are certain things you just can't allow. Point blank, period. We're just not going to allow that to happen. Oh, I know that's right. Okay. You see what I mean? But yeah, y'all can go look up Jenny Mai. You can look up Adrian. I don't lie on people, y'all. I'm surprised you guys didn't know this. I'm surprised you didn't know this, right? So going back to my Nicki stuff, right? So she's talking about her cousin's friend and his testes being swollen. It could happen. Nothing is impossible. She didn't say they were so swollen that he had to be hospitalized. She said they were swollen. Maybe he had a slight inflammation. Maybe he has a thyroid issue. Maybe he has a lymphatic issue. We don't know, but nothing is impossible. You know what I mean? As nothing is impossible, right? And I remember too, one time we went to because here they have a hospital for kids. It's called Ochsner Kids. And James's mom, my mother-in-law and I, we took the boys for their exam thingy. And the doctor, mind you, she's a black girl too, right? She's a black girl, light skin, maybe biracial. She's originally from Boston, but she came here. She went to all her pre-med stuff at Xavier. Xavier is a university here in New Orleans. It's pretty awesome for like all kinds of scientific stuff. Sorry. It's pretty awesome, right? So from Xavier, she went to Harvard for med school. right? So I guess like, and that's the thing about these Black children who go to these imperialistic Western institution. They have a sort of snobbish air about them I just can't stand. So she was doing the vaccines, right? And I think a lot of times parents don't even ask questions and just let people just like, because they give you a waiver. You have to sign a waiver before they vaccinate your kid, right? And so a lot of times I think people just trust them. Oh, they're doctors. They have a white coat. So they're, okay, here's my kid and just shoot my child up. Like as if you can just go to Walmart and pick up a baby. Okay, I think I want a 24-month-old. Oh, let me go to aisle F and pick up a 24-month-old on the shelf, right? Oh, they're out of stock. Like it don't work like that. Right. So the vaccine they were trying to give, I think it was Stefan. The vaccine they were trying to give Stefan, I think it was like a combination of 2 different shots put into one. So then my mother-in-law, okay, she asked her, but why is it combined? Like she was asking, she wanted to know. Because she's into biology also, right? She's a little scientific person over there. So she wanted to know why they had combined, because when she grew up, or even when she took Jimmy to the doctor to get these shots, they were separate shots, right? So now she wants to know, why are her grandbabies getting two different medication as one shot? Which is a great question, because somebody could have an allergic reaction to that stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? And so the Black girl gets snobbish. Kind of like, I'm the doctor, why are you asking me? Because maybe the way we looked, because I don't always go up done up. She also doesn't go done up with the makeup and the Chanel bags or whatever. I don't know what it was, right? But because here also, New Orleans is a 61% Black. Okay. And so even though the majority of the population of New Orleans is Black, they don't make up the highest population of most educated. They don't make up the population of the wealthiest. They actually make up the population of the most incarcerated. So New Orleans has a high population of Black people, and they send them straight to jail. Okay. You know, but she was annoyed that another Black woman would ask her, which is a valid question, why are they combining the shot? And I was like, you know what? That's a great idea. And I was like, man, why didn't I even ask? Because I was honestly going to hand my baby over. I was like, oh, hold up. Answer the question, ma'am. So this is Stefan. Because I was going to hand Stefan over. But when she asked the question and the girl got snobby with her body language, I was like, hold up. Give back my baby. That's a great question, because I didn't know. Because sometimes you go to the hospital, you think it's normal. Because you're coming in a certain period of time, right? But when you look at my mother-in-law, she had to go to the hospital. Then she took Jimmy and his siblings, his sister, to the hospital. Now we're taking the grandkids. So she's seen these vaccines progress throughout the years, right? So now she has a question. You would think, being you Black and you went to Harvard, okay, you would think Harvard over there, okay, would be grateful that another Black person, another Black mother, grandmother, is being inquisitive about what exactly is going on in the child's body, which should let you know she's smart. Because any person who asks questions, who's curious, curiosity is a sign of really strong intellect. Because people who are not really smart just, okay, whatever. But smart people are like, hold on, wait a minute, why? Explain to me why. Explain to me how it works. I don't get it, right? And a great teacher, a great person, a great doctor should be humble enough to understand, like, oh, I need to explain to her. Because there are gaps in her knowledge, right? There's gaps in her understanding, because maybe when she used to go with her kid, it was done a certain way. Now things have changed. So I'm going to let her know, oh yeah, this is what's happening now. This is how they've done the signs. Da, da, da. No. She was like, kind of like, how dare you ask me? I went to Harvard. Like, bitch, we don't give a fuck about that shit. Okay? Y'all go brag on a racist white man's name who has 300 years of documented history calling you all kinds of monkeys. Okay? Like, y'all can take this Harvard shit and shove it up your ass. Don't nobody give a fuck about you going to Harvard, Yale, Wharton, where a bunch of white people who don't look like you, all these buildings named after racist white people who would have probably raped you, killed you, hung you, lynched you. Don't ever take pride, because racist white folks made room for you to be indoctrinated in their imperialistic fantasies. We do not care. We do not care. Nobody's impressed with that. Nobody's impressed with these Black Ivy League fuckers. Like, we don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. And you know, and for as much as like it's kind of fucked up, for as much as like it's kind of messed up that like Black people Black people do listen to rappers and Black celebrities, I kind of understand why. Because a lot of educated Black people, especially Black people who are like who go to the Ivy League school, they are so full of themselves. Like, these people really think they're white. Oh, they think they're special because they're lapdogs to white people. And so they become unrelatable. Like, I remember I read something about, I was looking at this venture capital fund, right? And this black kid, he was like a summer intern because they wrote like a little biography about him, right? And so he was like, oh, he read like 500,000 books. Like he probably read like 500 books, right? And I'm thinking like, that's what's the purpose of reading so many books if you're not going to share the knowledge that you have with your people? You're a freaking idiot. And he really felt like it was a flex that, oh, I read so many books. Like he really felt like it was a flex. I'm like, you're not flexing. You're selfish. And you learn this kind of selfish thing from being around them over there. Because all these Ivy League schools are nothing but imperialistic hubs. You go there to become a sympathizer to imperialism. You go there to like, oh, the white man's so great. The white man's so smart. You go there to be brainwashed. You go there to be told that everything about your black identity is wrong. And that's why the majority of these kids who go to these Ivy League schools end up with European partners, end up with want to live a complete white life, end up with like, they're confused as hell. Okay. And most of the time end up doing absolutely nothing for their black communities because these schools, even though they act like they're so liberal, are full of Republican rhetorics. Like, oh, the reason why black people are where they are because they choose to be there because they're on welfare. That's all they do over there. Oh, well, I work hard. I read 200 books. Hey, no, they picked you because you are not going to contest whatever they want to put in your mind. And then you're going to be so, like that girl, Joyce, who was going back and forth with them. Like you didn't even read, because Nicki wrote a bunch. It's not just one tweet, it's a whole bunch of tweets. So if you don't have time to properly read everything that Nicki wrote, shut up. But she's like, oh, I went to Harvard and you used to work at Red Lobster. I said, Miss Joyce, don't nobody give a damn about the white man's degree that you overpaid for. How you gonna be sister? She's like, oh, sister, use your platform because you have 150 million, only got 2 million. Is you jealous or nah? What's the problem? You know what I'm saying? And that's why I be telling y'all that sometimes even dark-skinned women can become bullies to light-skinned women. Oh, yes, it's possible because we can all have prejudice. We can all have prejudice against each other, okay? I'm like, is you jealous? Oh, I went to Harvard. We don't give a damn, Joyce. Nobody cares. You don't mean anything to the culture. We don't care about you. You think your degree is going to make black people treat you with more respect? Nobody cares. How do you serve your people? Because you sit on CNN and attack other black people? Because you sit on CNN and you push their agenda to your community? We know damn well these people don't care about us. Would you have sat there and spoke to Cuomo about what his brother's out here touching people? You wouldn't dare. You would not dare. Y'all sitting there with somebody whose brother was out here groping and touching. And I kind of like the governor, but he could have been touching and groping. You hear what I'm saying? We do not care. You're going to, from one black person to another black person, you're going to take a white man's last name and come flex on me? Is you dumb or is you stupid? You're going to take, oh, I went to Harvard. We don't care. You overpaid for a piece of paper from a racist ass institution. People got 300. You know what? They told Julian Piercy he could not get his PhD in chemistry because he was black. They still have books over there that call us monkeys. Princeton, Harvard, all of these places. Look at the people that come out of these schools. Jeff Bezos, he comes out of Princeton. Look at how he treats humanity. Look at how he treats his workers. These Amazon delivery people got to pee on themselves, yo. He's a plantation owner, but nobody got the courage to call this man that. He makes people, they got to drive them trucks with bottles so they can pee in the bottle. Make sure they can deliver his crap on time. Some damn batteries out here. People can't even take a break. People getting assaulted by dogs. Like the stuff these Amazon drivers have to go through. And the majority of them are black people. Is that okay? You think a bunch of Jewish kids had to drive his trucks and pee on themselves and pee in a water bottle? You think this man will be allowed to operate this business the way he operates his business? And he pays people like rubbish wage. They say like their quit rate, like the rate at which people quit Amazon is 150%. How can your rate of people quitting is 150%? It means that even when people come into training, the kind of stuff people see at training makes them want to quit. They quit just at the training phase. You cannot have 150% resignation rate. That's not possible. What's the problem? It means that even people who haven't even been hired yet, they've already quit. Like, can you imagine how horrific it is? They have like they monitor your steps. They monitor how quickly you pack things. They monitor how many times you go to the bathroom. They monitor how long you are in the bathroom. They monitor your urine flow, like how many milliliters of pee come out your body. Can you imagine? It's a freaking plantation. If any black person was running a business like that, oh my gosh, that kind of labor fight. Look, the child. When I tell you the labor, was it the labor office, the union? I mean, you would have all kinds of lawsuits. But because they're so desperate to have a new age Rockefeller, they're so desperate to have a new age Carnegie, they're so desperate to have a new age Vanderbilt, they're allowing this man to create mediocre jobs. These are let me tell you something, right? Let's have a real conversation, because I gotta go a little bit, right? We're not gonna be here for 4 hours. I have work. But let's have a real conversation, you guys, right? These Amazon jobs ain't doing nothing for people. You can be employed and still be worthless. Let me say that one more time. You can be employed and be worthless. If you work for a company that does not provide additional training, you work for a company that does not even help you to go get higher education, you work for a company that does not create, no, they want you to do the same task, the same way like Henry Ford had the automation line. That's all it is. It's every day, repeat, scan, repeat, scan, repeat, scan. Like you're a monkey. Like you're a monkey. If you lose your Amazon job as a driver, as a picker, what else can you do? Can you ever move up to a company where you can actually get benefit? No. He's using that. He's using these people. He's using their body. Not all good jobs are good jobs. This man is taking advantage. And at the same time, he's abusing these people. He's investing in robots and artificial intelligence because these are just repeat. It's just repeat. You just like a monkey. And once he has enough robots that can do everything, he will fire all these people. And at the same time, by the time they get back to the labor market, they will not have employable skills because they work for a company that did not add value to their current skills. All they had to do was step and repeat. The same thing goes for Walmart. They come into these neighborhoods, mostly black neighborhoods, right? They finesse the mayors, they finesse the governors, they get all this land to build their super Walmart. They take out so many smaller shops out of business. They act like they're going to create jobs, right? But the whole time they're working on new technology. And before you know it, every single counter at Walmart is self-checkout. The jobs are gone. The jobs are gone. And the people who work there to help them while they're secretly working on their new robots, they're not getting any additional skill that would allow them, that once they are being replaced by machines and robots, to be able to find a job, a better job. They don't want that for you. They want you to be a month. That's what plantation is. Just picking cotton every day. You grow, you pick up. You grow the cotton, you pick it up. You grow the cotton, you pick it up. Like, okay. And so when emancipation even came, these people didn't know nothing else to do but pick up cotton. You see what I'm saying? And like nobody is still creating these jobs. Boy, go sit down somewhere. You're not creating jobs that is going to empower these kids, these people one day to be able to work at the headquarters and move up. No, you are exploiting them until you get your robots in order. This man is running a plantation. Amazon is a plantation. We are witnessing the stuff that used to happen with Carnegie, the stuff that used to happen with Rockefeller, the stuff that used to happen with the Vanderbilt when they were trying to build their railway system. This is how they used to just abuse people and then just dispose of them. But watch, and that's what capitalism does. And this is why intrinsically there will never be real justice. This is why intrinsically Black Americans and white Americans probably will never be equal, because capitalism thrives off of social injustice. For capitalism to work, someone must be at the top, someone must be at the bottom. For capitalism to work, you have to exploit people. But white people are not going to exploit each other. They're going to exploit us. They're going to exploit minorities. Like even like this whole like labor shortage that's going on, right? Where people are not going to go to work. Watch. They're going to start freeing the Latinos that they have up in these cages. And that's also human right violation, right? That's a concentration camp. But they will have you believe that it's only Hitler who's bad. That's a concentration camp. How can you put human beings in cages? How can you take children away from their parents? Thousands of children. Okay? So if people don't go back to work and unfortunately take these cheap jobs, they're slowly going to start releasing the encaged, let's call it the encaged Latinos. They're going to start hiring people under the table. If people don't go back to work, watch this Congress is going to create special provisions where white businesses can hire illegals and not be penalized for having to hire illegal immigrants. I was driving, y'all, listen, I was driving yesterday and the Lord just showed me that, like Marlene, because I kept seeing like all this, oh, for hire. I'm like, these people right here. I'm like, people don't go back to work. Watch how they're going to start releasing illegal immigrants to take it, because they'll take it. Because you got to think, when you're not from here and you get paid in dollars, you be converting that money. Like, dang, that's a lot of money. Because in your country, you're not even making that like $7 a day per hour. Some people in their country, they make that a day. Oh, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. That's why a lot of Indians come to America, right? To do all this like tech stuff, because they're paid in pennies. But they convert it into like these Indian rupees. Oh, that's a lot of money in rupees. Like, yeah, in rupees, a lot of money, but you're not living in India. You gonna live here. Cost of living is different. And that's why many Indian people, there's multiple families living in one house just to survive. But they willingly take jobs that underpay them. You'll see that here in New Orleans. Like a lot of the tech firms in New Orleans, they only hire Indians because they'll take it. They have like H-1 visas, F-1 visas. They'll take it. They're desperate, right? And that's what they'll do. Like you will watch that this Congress, if it gets to be really severe with the unemployment and Joe Biden needs to revive the economy, that's all he cares about. Joe Biden don't care about you. He only cares about winning the next election. That's all politicians care about. But I don't know why people don't understand that. Politicians are some of the most vile human beings you will ever meet in your natural life. You have to be a special kind of dum-dum. You have to be a special kind of slow to trust any politician. These people are worse than preachers. They're worse than money-hungry preachers. Okay, politicians will sell you dreams. And once they're elected, turn around and come shoot you in your head. You're like, I thought you were my friend. He's like, how can you trust a snake? Are you dumb? Politicians? Oh my gosh. They only care about themselves. Politicians are sociopaths. They only care about winning. They only care about power. It's not normal. Joe Biden only cares about data. He only cares about like, oh, unemployment is this number. People going back to work is this number of jobs. They only care about statistics. Have you not noticed? And that's why these Europeans create algorithms that think just like them. Oh, you didn't do this? Boop, delete your channel. Oh, you said this? Delete your Instagram account. I would never. You know what I mean? I'm married an engineer. You know what I'm saying? Like they have algorithms that think just like European consciousness, right? Oh, denied. Oh, you're closed. Oh, that. Oh. Like even there's certain words you can have a regular conversation on Instagram. Oh, your words are racist. I'm like, how would you know that? Because people write algorithms and they only want to be the only ones in tech. So they write algorithms that are a reflection of their psyche. You hear me? Joe Biden only cares about his data so that he can run and win again. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if Joe Biden and the Democrats had something to do with what happened to Governor Cuomo. I wouldn't be surprised, yo. Because these Democrats is dirty. That party is so dirty. That party is so damn corrupt. Because your boy Cuomo is very presidential looking. He has a very presidential look. He is young. He's presidential. He did a pretty good job managing New York. He was on TV all the time. People loved him. He gave people a certain sense of peace, right? Cuomo's that guy. You know what I mean? Cuomo got that natural swag. Joe Biden has no swag. Like, he had to leech off of a black man's legacy to get his own people to vote for him. He had to get black people to champion him for even white people, his own people, to see him as presidential. He's a bum. He's a failure in life. I'm so sorry. But these are people who think like they swear they're so smart. But I'm like, you had to attach yourself to a young black man for you to win. Okay, let's not do this. But that's all he cares about. Politicians only care about winning the next election. Everything they say, everything they do is like, I need to have things that I can prove for the next campaign and win the next election. They do not care. They don't care. Like even this like whole like, oh, how many people took the jab? They don't even care if what's in there, if it's good, if it's bad, if it's left, if it's right, if it's purple, if it's white. They don't care. They just need to have a certain number so that when he goes back again for the campaign on the campaign trail, he can say, I was the president who had this amount of people vaccinated. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all he cares about. I'm the president who created this many jobs. I'm the president who brought inflation to this number. That's all they just want bragging rights. Politicians just care about their brag. They don't care about you, sis. Don't you ever think these people care. You see what I'm saying? They do not care. That's why, like, when I see people like fight each other, I see black people fight each other over politicians. I'm like, are you slow? You're gonna fight your own kind over an oil snake salesman. You must be crazy. And that's why the majority of the time, once they're elected, they don't deliver on anything. And then when their term is up, they're like, oh, the reason why I didn't get to do what you wanted me to do because I didn't have enough time. And so if you vote for me again, I promise you this time I'll make time for you. You see what I mean? That's what it goes. It's the same thing they told you with Obama. Oh, he couldn't do this. He couldn't. His hands were tied. But yet Trump came in there and he showed you that the White House, the Oval Office, has the power to write executive orders. Oh, well, damn. I didn't know that. You see what I'm saying? It's all about numbers to these people. You're nothing than a number. They don't see you as a human being. Joe Biden came here after Hurricane Ida. Where's the money? Where's the help? People out here suffering. The city is dirty. There's trash everywhere. There are people down there, like the bayou over there. They out there sleeping in tents. No water, no food. Black people, white people. I mean, people out here, like Laplace was decimated. And no money out here, sis. Did like nothing. It's been almost a month. There's no help. There's no support. You think this man cares? You think he cares? Because this is not going to help him win the election. Because the reality of it is, too, one thing you got to realize about Louisiana, it's a red state, right? So he's probably not going to get any electoral votes from this place. So why should he care, right? But if this was California or a place where he could get a lot of electoral college votes, oh, yeah, he would have been rushed to save people out here. You see this? So if you black, and you happen to be in a red state when there's a Democrat in power and he's not going to get any electoral college votes from your state, and there's a natural disaster or there are natural disasters, you people is screwed. They do not care. These people don't care. Nancy Pelosi does not care. These Democrats do not care. They care about themselves. And the funny thing that was so funny to me about the mandate is that, oh, it's a mandate for everybody. But you go on the news, it said that Congress people and their staff, right, were exempt from the mandate. But I'm like, I'm so confused. The majority of senators are really old people. They're really old white people. Aren't they like the at-risk group for the Rona? I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, Nancy's quite old. She should definitely get it. If it works like y'all say it works, she should definitely get it. Because the majority of U.S. senators, the majority of people in Congress are old, frail white folks. Not trying to be offensive. They are the people who are at risk that this thing could actually be lethal for them. So I'm like, so why are they exempt? Shouldn't we protect the people, the life of the people who write our laws, who are responsible for the budget? Like I think when like the country goes broke, like October 1st or something like that, like we need these people to be healthy. But they're always on vacation. Like the number of vacation Congress took during this whole thing is unbelievable. They even went on vacation right before Christmas when they were supposed to give people a stimulus check. You see this? So it's like, don't you ever lie to yourself and tell yourself, oh, if I elect the politicians, all my problems will go away. No, you're going to wake up the next day. You're going to wake up next year, 2 years, 3, 4, 5 years, and you're going to still be where you is. They don't care about you, sis. They care about themselves. They care about their children. They care about their legacy. They care about getting their corruption money. They care about their going to fancy parties, like being, flying around the world in Air Force One. That's all they care about. Everything else is just lip service. Oh, yeah. We love black people. Yeah, right, whatever. Then they go and they do what they want to do because they want to win. So I would not be surprised because the enemies, people who are really against you, sometimes they be in your own party. Okay, it be your own people sometimes. It be your own family sometimes. So when it comes sometimes to Governor Cuomo, I'm like, I wonder if his own party does not have a hand to play in this. Because if Cuomo was to run for office, people would vote for him because he has everything about him screams presidential. So they had to cut him early on so that Joe Biden would not really have anybody to contest with because your boy Bernie Sanders, he's quite old. I think he's gonna try to run again, right? So it's like, so then who's left, right? Who is left? So it's like that's just how grimy these people are. They're child. Oh, whatever. So let's get back to the Nicki thing, right? But Nicki did say, she said that she was like, if you have to work, or if they're like, threatening you to take your job away, but whatever you have to do to feed your children, if you have to take it, right, you should take it. And she said that she's probably going to take it too because she has to go on tour and she doesn't want to expose her child to whatever. So, and then she also asked the people, she had a poll on her page. She asked the people, because she's like, she's still doing her research. So which one is best? And she had Pfizer, she had Moderna, and people were voting. And some people say, yeah, they took it, they're fine. So they were having a conversation. She never said, oh my gosh, don't take it. Oh my God. No. She said she's still doing her research and she has the right. And my thing is like, who are you to put a time limit on how much time someone should take to do their research? Oh, because Dr. Fauci said something, everybody should jump on it. I don't know Dr. Fauci. I'm trying to be funny, but I don't know this man. I really don't know this man. Okay. And then the thing is, me, Marlene, I have an issue. I don't know. I have a trust issue with government officials because I don't know if you guys know this, right? But there's a girl named Elizabeth Holmes, right? She's a serious sociopath. Let me share my screen with y'all. This girl is she's a serious sociopath, right? And so once again, the folly of white privilege, the folly of white people always trying to act like they're like the smartest people in the world. They're like, they like, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like they are so obsessed. Where is it? Okay. I mean, the things on the way, whatever. Let me see. Where is she? They are so obsessed with being seen as like geniuses. They are so obsessed with like trying to prove that they're so smart and they're like so revolutionary, like white people drink their Kool-Aid so much to the point that it's dangerous. Like it, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but when you think that you're so much smarter than everybody else, you can really become a menace to society. Now, I'm really not trying to be mean, but they have an obsession with people seeing them as prodigal people. They have this obsession with people seeing them as like geniuses or people seeing them as the richest people in the world, right? And they lie for that. They go to Forbes, they go to Times Magazine, they pay for articles where people lie on that. They pay for the cover of magazines so that you can believe the lies. They go above and beyond to convince you that they're the greatest thing that you've ever known. And a lot of times they're not. They're regular people. They're just regular people, just like everybody else. Not trying to be funny, but it's like, not really. And because my thing is also, if you were really that smart, if you were so prodigal, if all of you were a bunch of geniuses, you would have never denied Black people access to an education. Because even if Black people had to go to school with you, read the same books as you, learn to read and write, because you're so smart and you're so prodigal, you would have always been light years ahead of them. But when you intentionally deny people education, so you intentionally keep people dumb, of course you're going to sound smart. Because you're intentionally denying them an opportunity to compete with you academically. So, like, what kind of race? Imagine a race where you're the only person running the race. Of course, you're going to come in first place. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who runs a race by themselves is the winner of the race. Like, okay, because you're the only person winning the race. You're the only person competing in the race. You're the only person running the race. So, therefore, it's just you. So, therefore, you win. So it's like, if you're the only person going to school, you're the smartest by default. because you're not allowing competition. And that's what they did for 300 years. And they went over and they bent over backwards, lied, came up with all kinds of disgusting lies on Black people. Oh, they're monkeys. Oh, the periphery of the head is too big. That like the space between our eyes is so far apart that it's a testament that we are not predisposed to study sciences. Oh, the shape of our hands. I mean, what is it that they haven't said about us as Black people to justify why we're not able to do X, Y, and Z? But then, as soon as as soon as they integrate the schools, and that now Black children can compete with white children, Black kids are taking over. They major in anything and everything, and they win. The lady who is running the AI department at Google is African. She's Black. She's from Ethiopia. Right? So it's like, if we were really this dumb and we're monkeys, our head is so big, our nose is like this, the distance between our eyes is this wide, so we have some kind of inherent, the dumb disease, whatever. These things never could have happened. But the way Black people thrive in schools, the way Black women thrive in academia, it shows you we were always smart. We just were not allowed to compete, because they needed to convince themselves that they were smart. So they gave themselves 300, 400 years of a head start so they could be seen as intelligent. But no, to me, you're weak. You're weak. Anybody who's really confident in what they got going on, anybody who truly thinks that God looks like them and Jesus looks like them, you should not be afraid of competition. If the Savior of humanity, if God's Son looks like you, if the Virgin Mary looks like you, you ain't got nothing to fear. Because obviously you're God's chosen people, right? So why are you scared? This is when you start questioning everything, right? So here we have again this when the Western delusion goes too far. So you have this chick, Elizabeth Holmes, right? The kid is 18 years old at the time, 18, 19. She goes to Stanford, and some biology program at Stanford, and she was trying to come up with this like research thing or whatever. And her professor, meaning he has her bachelor degree that she's trying to get. He got a master's degree that she hasn't even gotten yet. He has a PhD in where she's trying to get a bachelor. Meaning, in order to get a PhD, you have to write all kinds of papers. You have to be published in journals. You have to defend your thesis. And even to be hired by university, you have to teach classes. Then every time the semester's over, children, your leaders have to rate you, right? Before you can have tenure. Then you have to fight to get tenure. So a man who's been through all of that, he's white, telling this little white girl that what you're trying to do is not possible. But in true Karen fashion, how dare someone go against her whiteness and her white delusion? She drops out of Stanford, convinced that she knows more than all of her professors at Stanford, especially that one professor. And on top of that, she's going to go ahead and recruit some of the most powerful people in American politics. We're talking like Harry Kissinger. I mean, it's insane. Hold on. Who was on the board? Look at this, y'all. Oh my God, hold on. Look at this. See this up? Look at the people. Look at the people. This is Harry Kissinger. Do you know who this man is? This man is going to let a 19-year-old, 20-year-old crazy little blonde girl bamboozle him that she's able to do something that nobody else in the medical industry can do. And she only has one semester of undergrad. That's not like one semester, 12 credits. Let's see who Harry Kissinger is. Okay. Harry Kissinger. Who is it? Oh, they got people here. Okay, good. Look at the people who invested in this nutcase. Hold on. Where's the picture? So you have, and these are all white men encouraging white delusion. Sociopathic white delusion. Because all these white people are so insecure. This leads to insecurity. When you want to go, it's like it's only in the head of these white men in white society that you put an 18-year-old, you put an 18, 19-year-old on like to drive a Ferrari or like a Porsche. Like you give Bill just and the same thing goes to Mark Zuckerberg, right? 18, 19 years old. And Bill Gates says, oh, you're 18, you're 19, you're a white boy, you went to an Ivy League school. I'm gonna trust you to create the platform that is going to control how people globally converse. Do you see how dangerous that like what life experience does this boy have? Besides being white and being Jewish and being an elitist, like what life experience does he really have that he can learn to receive different point of views? And you wonder why people are always going to Facebook jail, going because these are children. These are children. These are children. But because they need to convince themselves that they're so prodigal and they have prodigal kids and they want you to believe that these schools like Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton are the hubs of geniuses and prodigies. They put money into these lies to the point that these lies can actually get people harmed. You see what I mean? Like look at people here. David Boyce, chairman of Boyce, whatever he was. Richard, you have Larry Ellison. He has Oracle. He runs Oracle. Like, look at all these people gave this girl money. You have Mark Anderson. He has so much money. He has this huge venture capital fund called Horowitz and Anderson. Like, so much money they gave to this girl. She scammed people out of like almost $8 billion. And what she was trying to do, the machine that she was trying to create, it was going to test you for some disease, but it was giving you a false positive. So if you had the disease and you got tested, it would tell you that you were cured. And so she pitched it to all these people, all these weird white men. They believed in her. And because these people are very prestigious, it gave her a lot of, it gave her lots of merits in the community. So then she was pitching her false machine to Walgreens. So Walgreens was getting ready to acquire her scientific, whatever that thing is, right? It was like a test, like where you, like it pokes you and then it gives you results within like 12 to 48 hours, something crazy like that, right? So Walgreens was getting ready to place an order so they could staff all the Walgreens with her technology. Now, Mr. Kissinger, this dude right here, where is he at? Where is he again? Where's this Kissinger guy? He's here somewhere. Yeah, I think this is like, yeah. So this Kissinger dude, he made her hire his grandson. So the grandson, now he's white, so at least he was honest, right? The grandson recognized that the test wasn't working. He recognized that the test is not working. The results are the same for everyone. This thing is giving a false positive. So he told her to stop. Like, you can't do this. It's unethical. But you think this girl has been empowered. And it's the same disease that plays the Nikita Dragon. It plays the James Charles. It plays the Shane Dawson of this YouTube, the Jeffree Star. These white children are enabled to behave this way because everybody just blows up their behinds. People throw money at them. People are always giving them all these kinds of unwarranted, unmerited oh, you're so smart. Oh, you're so talented. People are always throwing praises at white mediocrity. Like, a white kid can be very mediocre, but they will go above and beyond to make him feel so special, to the point that it creates delusion. Severe delusion that is harmful to people, and that is especially harmful to people, to Black people. It's not safe. So she's at a point where she dropped out of Harvard. She dropped out of Stanford after one semester. She's able to get all these billionaires to believe in her lies. She's able to get Walgreens on the phone. You think she's going to stop? You think she's going to listen to you? She has Harry Kissinger on her board. He was like, this man is a powerful man. And he was bamboozled by this girl because she wore a turtleneck. And all that stuff was intentional. Trying to look like Steve Jobs was intentional. She would wear black. She would make her voice deeper. That's not even her voice. That's not even her real voice. Fake. You know what I mean? The blonde hair, the bad makeup, the very I'm a minimalist, so I'm not in love with money. That crappy crap. So when the young man told her to stop, she wouldn't do it. He goes to his granddad and tells his granddad, this lady is dangerous. She is a quack. This stuff is dangerous. She's trying to sell false, she's trying to sell erroneous tests to people. Because what would have happened was, imagine if Walgreens had bought her stuff, people would have gone in there taken the test and they would have told them, oh, you're clear. You no longer have whatever disease it is that she was trying to track, right? So people would have stopped taking their medication. You know what I mean? She would have stopped taking her medication. Bunch of people would have stopped taking their medication. This lady was going to create biological warfare just so she could fulfill her fantasy of being the Steve Jobs of big pharma. This is sick. These people, they're sick. This is so dangerous. And that's the thing. They have no, like when I tell you, they live with a sheer disregard of how their actions affect other people. Because for them, being white means they can do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want. And if because they think that this is how a lot of these like Europeans are built, because I think, therefore I am. And it's very dangerous. Like I get manifestation, but it's like you got to pump your brakes also. Okay? Because I am, because I think, therefore I am. This is exactly why Kris Jenner lied to Forbes that Kylie was a billionaire when she wasn't. Because they're white. They feel as though they are entitled to be billionaires. But instead of being billionaires, actually working and spending the time it takes to become a billionaire, I'll just call myself one. And plus, who is going to question me, right? Who is going to question me? Because after all, I'm white. I'm white. I'm famous. I'm beautiful. I mean, so they say. So why would anybody question what I got to say? Right? Her skincare company was only making $25 million a year. Kris and Kylie went, and their accountants told the people that the company, the skincare, was making $100 million. They multiplied the number by 4. Instead of actually working to get their sales to 100 million, no, we're white. We don't have to work. We just have to write whatever we want. So you find on your tax form, you just write, this is how much we made. Just because I'm white. You know what I mean? Her cosmetic line was making $125 million. They went and told these investors that the Kylie Cosmetics was making $375 million. They multiplied that by 3. Like, do you see how what being a Karen really is? Do you see the power of being white and being a white woman? And being a popular white woman at that with money? Whatever you say to people, they're going to believe you. If Marlene, if I multiplied my sales by whatever quotient, but whatever the thing I want, then and I tell them, oh yeah, and then people give me money, and then they find out later I lied, I will be in prison. That's like bank and wire fraud. That's like investor fraud. I mean, they're like it's crazy, but they do this all the time. A lot of white people are not even worth what they claim to be worth. They just lie. Because it's for them, because they always feel like they don't have to work. Work does not apply to them. Because they think they deserve something, they're going to act as if they have that. I'll fake it till you make it. But sometimes it goes too far. It goes too far. It goes way too far. This lady could have killed millions of people. But you know what even allowed her to get this far? To seduce Kissinger, to seduce all these people? Let me show you something. Where is the guy? Let me show you where he is. Let's go back. Voila. Look at this. What's his name? Okay, so you see this? What does it say? Founded in, hold on, let me make this a little bigger. Y'all need to see this. Y'all gonna see why I have issues with people out here. Okay. Founded in 2003 by 19-year-old. You guys see this? She was 19. Toronto's raised more than $700 million from venture capitalists and private investors, resulting in a $10 billion valuation at its peak in 2013 and 14. I remember too, she even got a cover for Marie Claire magazine. Marie Claire put her on the cover of a magazine. And this is where you see, like, I don't, because my little sister and I were talking, she's like, oh, so-and-so's a billionaire because Forbes said so. And I was like, and this is where you see that in this, first of all, this is how you see that in America, we truly have an inflation problem. Today in America, every day you wake up, Everybody, so it feels like everybody's a billionaire. Everybody and their mama is a billionaire. That's not normal. That is not normal. That's how you know that we have an inflation. When anybody could just have a little fame and a little company and all of a sudden they're billionaires, yeah, we have a problem. When Forbes can write an article every single day of the week and all these people are all new billionaires, we have an inflation problem on our hands, okay? And not just that, we have a bunch of lying ass people on our hands. It's not normal. You see what I mean? This girl was given a $10 billion valuation without a product. She had no product. So it goes to show you, when these Europeans value these companies, oh, they tell you this is valued at this much. A lot of these valuations ain't worth a damn. A lot of these valuations are fake. They pull these numbers out their behind. By the time she gets from 2010 to 11 years, she still did not have a single working product. Nothing worked. Everything was wrong. Y'all need to watch a documentary on this girl. This girl is a sociopath. She's a sociopath. She is dangerous. They gave somebody a $10 billion valuation without a proven product. So where did that number come from? They felt like giving it to her because she's white. They had to give her the prestige of whiteness. Oh, we'll just act like this, give her. So that way it fits the story. Oh, she's a 19-year-old college dropout. Oh, white people. It's funny. If you're black and you drop out of college, ain't a white man finna give you a job. Okay? If you're 19 and you're white and you go to an Ivy League and you drop out of college, they're willing to throw money at you. So you're gonna understand this a little bit. Understand this clearly. If you go to any school as any kid of any color, you go to a school, you complete your degree. If you go to an Ivy League school as a black kid, as a white kid, as an Asian kid, and you actually finish your degree, you're not special. Do you see how Western delusion is scary? So children who pursue their education are humble enough to finish the work, go through the whole process, right? They start something. These kids actually have more integrity. They start something, they finish it. They show up, they take all the tests, they humble themselves, they study, they do everything, you know what I mean? And they actually graduate. They're not special. I'm telling you, that's a dangerous narrative to put out there. But somehow, if you go to an Ivy League and you drop out, it makes you a genius. Do you see how dangerous that is? And do you see how that creates an environment for a lot of white children to become sociopaths? Manipulative, dangerous sociopaths? Oh, he dropped, Bill Gates dropped out. He's a genius. But if you're such a genius, why don't you just finish a degree in 2 years? If you're that smart, you can just breeze through. I'm not understanding. If you're a genius, you can do this in your sleep. Why don't you just finish? Right? Oh, Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of college, but he's a genius. If he's such a genius, why didn't he finish? Because you're when you're a genius, it means that your brain works so fast that you can surpass everybody. Why don't you finish? Oh, Elizabeth Holmes. She dropped out of Stanford after one semester. She's a genius. How about these kids are just lazy? How about Mark Zuckerberg, Elizabeth Holmes, Bill Gates? How about these are some privileged ass children who have a nest. They had people to catch them. How about these kids are entitled as fuck? How about you look at it as yo, these people are full of themselves, that they don't feel as though they should humble themselves and go through what their peers are going through. That's some prideful shit. That's some arrogant ass stuff. I used to fall for the hype. Oh, he must be a genius. Oh, no. Look at this. I'm someone who's not able to finish what they started, you're immature as fuck. You're privileged, you're entitled, you're rude. And this is exactly what happens here on YouTube, right? Where these random white children are just propelled to domination on this platform. And what happens later? Predatory cases, sexual assault cases, defrauding people cases, that, you know what I mean? Because they cannot appreciate what they haven't had to work hard for, because it was just thrown at them. But when you see black people who finally get to 1 million subscribers, get to 2 million subscribers, they are so grateful for having such a larger audience. They're so careful with how they handle their audience. People who had to bust their chops on YouTube to get to 1 million this or 2 million that, they are so grateful for their platform. But people who just got it just because they fit this, oh, he's a genius. No, most of them are sociopaths. And you see it on YouTube. A lot of these prominent, very successful white children on YouTube are sociopaths. They're dangerous. They are dangerous. My little sister keeps sending me all these videos. Like, sure, you need to stop watching these people because that's not healthy. Because they're always going to be able to get away with murder. And you as a Black person, it's not. And the more you keep engaging with their content, it is going to cause you to have severe insecurities about yourself. Like, what's wrong with me? How come I can't get to this level? It has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with them and the lies that they need to continue to perpetrate so that they can feel good about their whiteness. Like, a lot of stuff is very toxic. It is Western societies are so toxic. They're so full of lies. But anyways, right? So then she meets this man. Hold on. Let me show you. She meets this man, David Boyce. Let's look him up. Okay. Yeah, we got time today. Let's look at this man. No, hold on. Oh, William Forge. Yeah. This dude right here. He is the one who legitimized this young lady. Let's look at him. Another white man encouraging white sociopath behavior and white the genetic cleansing. Once again, another white man. These are all white patriarchs who created a space for this girl to become a financial terrorist, a biological terrorist. The girl's a terrorist. She's like me, Marlene. Like, I couldn't even most Black people would just be too scared to do this stuff. Like, I'm gonna go sell medication to people that don't work. Can you imagine? I'm gonna go sell medication to people that could kill them. Yo, God, I can't. I cannot do this. Like, you guys, I would have anxiety every time I open my door. Oh, the police coming to get me today. Oh, this is it. This is my last day. I'm about to die. I would constantly live in fear that the police was after me. And then if the police wasn't after me, I would be in a constant state of fear that if I die, I'm going straight to hell. I would be so afraid to die. No, this girl went on for 11 years, scamming, lying, going on these platforms, on these panels, on these talk shows, on the magazine covers, knowing damn well she was not worthy of any of these praises. She was not worthy of any of these accolades. And she took them and she smiled and she kept on lying and she kept on playing the role. Now look at this guy right here. Where did he used to work? He worked for the CDC. He worked for the CDC. And he knew damn well that what this young lady was working on wasn't working. But he used his years because he has a PhD. And let's see what kind of PhD he got. Oh, yes, honey. Oh, yes. You see this? And look at him, too. If you compare his biography, if you compare like his education, his background, his career track, same thing as Dr. Fauci. Same thing. A lot of these people, they work for the CDC. They work for NIH. But they in cahoots with the big pharma. They're in cahoots with the tech world. Like Google, Sergey Brin, when him and his wife got divorced, have you ever heard the company 23andMe? That's her company. So he's obsessed with collecting all your data, and she's obsessed with collecting all your biological data. She wants your DNA sequence. Like Sergey Brin also, another fascist. Like, these people, they're dangerous. They're dangerous. They're obsessed with all of your data. He wants all your intellectual data, everything you touch, everything you click. Google harvests all of that, and they make models out of you. Do you see this? Now his wife, ex-wife, it's the same family, so whatever. Now she wants to collect your data, she wants your genetic sequence. Do you know how dangerous? Do you know how? First of all, it's talk about giving talk about anybody having access to your social security number is a problem. Talk about identity fraud is a problem. Imagine genetic fraud. Imagine somebody being able to dupe your genetics. Do you know how dangerous that is? And on top of that, not to be offensive, but imagine a white woman, a privileged white woman who don't know nothing about real life out here, being the steward of the genetics of people of color. Huh? That's just like, I don't know. That makes me feel very, very unsafe. I feel very unsafe. I don't know about you though, but I feel very unsafe. Right? I feel so unsafe. So it's like, so you can read this, but hold on. Let me show you his stuff. So he said, so he authored House on Fire, a fight to escape to eradicate smallpox. But let's look at the stuff that he did though. So okay, so let's look at this. He was president, co-founder Task Force for Global Health, senior fellow at the Global Health Program for Bill and Melinda Gates. You see this? Bill and Melinda Gates. Girl. Oh, yes, girl. It's not just anybody that they allow to go up the ranks at these NIH, CDC places. How come we don't ever see no black people be director over there? Ask yourself these questions. It's these people, they all know each other, y'all. It's a bigger picture, y'all. It's a bigger picture. Advisory board member, Emory University. Professor Emeritus, Roland School of Public Health. Health Policy Fellow at the Carter Center. Go look that up and see who runs that. Executive Director of the Carter Center. And then he was the Advisory Medical Board Member for Toronto's. The whole time, he knew damn well this girl thing wasn't working. But he gave her credence. He attached his legacy to her stuff. He attached his credibility at the CDC to her stuff. And this is what happens a lot because they're all getting paid. They're all getting paid. Money is the oxygen of the American life. Everything out here is about money. Everything is about money. Meanwhile, when I saw this, I said, wow. So it's like, how many more people at these health organizations that are meant to work for the government, meant to work for the people, are in cahoots with the tech world? And you know, the tech world, they're all about controlling you. They will block you. They'll put you in Twitter jail. They'll put you in Facebook jail. They'll ban you. They're like, look how they treat people. Look how these tech companies treat freedom of speech. They exert powers that even Congress can't even exert over you. This is crazy. Like, these are regular white kids in their mid-30s who are going to tell you what kind of words you can and cannot use. They're going to tell you that you violate their community guidelines. We don't even know what this community is. What is the community? You know what I mean? It's a bunch of white people who decide whether you lose your account or not. It is a bunch of white people, privileged white people from these prestigious white imperialistic education centers who are going to tell you whether you get a blue check mark or not. They're going to be the ones to confirm to the rest of the world whether you are who you say you are. Like, do you see how? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm really not trying to be disrespectful here, so please don't take it this way, right? But I was listening to that guy on what is it called? I was listening to the guy from Instagram, whatever his name is, talk about the blue check mark and talking about Boosie losing his account and like why they issued the blue check mark and that it's meant to prove whatever. But I'm like, all this blue check mark, people who have check marks, those who don't have check marks, I'm like, that's creating segregation. And to me, it's like, how is that different than the Star of David? Like when in Nazi Germany, when Hitler forced the people, because they were Jewish, to wear a special sign on their clothes to identify them, like, is that okay to do? Is that okay? But because it's on the other side, it's not that bad, right? Like, let's say they had a special logo, like a special check mark for poor people or black people on Instagram, you would see something wrong with it, right? Because you're trained to see something wrong with that. But yet, when it's done, when it's like, let's distinguish people of value. And a lot of them people, they Instagram models, they OnlyFans models, like, it's just ask people, it's like, okay, what makes them valuable enough? But it's like, it's not that bad because we feel like they're doing it for prestigious people. No, you are still dividing people. You're creating a system of have and have nots. You are creating identifiers. Oh, look, this person is worthy. And when they type anything in any comment, their comment should have priority. Why? How's that different than the Star of David? But once again, it's white people making these decisions. And I'm like, that's what, like, every time they try to demonize Hitler, I'm like, y'all the same people. You're the same. You do the same thing. What Hitler did to the Jews, you do it to black people every day. Like, what are we talking about here? You're the same. You do it to Latinos every day. You lock up people you don't like. You put people in cages that you hate. People don't speak the same language as you. You dehumanize them. How are you different than this dude? Because they're the same. This in their blood. The English language is built off of German. These people, they're like first, second cousins. Like, what are you talking about? It's the same bloodline. good morning, guten Tag, kindergarten, pajama. Like there's so many German words in English. This them good morning, guten Tag, is that Fräulein, like all this crappity crap. Like these people are cousins. It's in their blood. Oppression is in your bloodline. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? And he thinks it's okay. And he actually thinks, and that's the thing that makes these white liberals so scary, is that they think they're right. And there's nothing more dangerous than a white person, a privileged white person who thinks they know it all. These people are more dangerous than racist Republicans. I kid you not. I kid you not. Because their delusion is so powerful where they feel as though they know what's best for everybody. And yet they've only had a singular experience, that of a white man in California, in Palo Alto. Can you do you see this? When a privileged white boy from an Ivy League who lives in Palo Alto and probably makes like $2 million a month thinks that he understands what is best for people. This is insane. This is insane. And that's what makes these white liberals so dangerous. And that's what makes them so dangerous also when they want to go to Africa and adopt black children. Because they do it out of a savior complex. And that's so dangerous. Because when they get the kid, they whitewash the child. Because they see that kid, oh, I'm saving you from being black. I'm saving you from being African. I'm saving you. Oh, your culture is demonic. African religion is demonic. Black cat, black market, black this, everything black is diabolical. Come, I'll save you. From like, what do you save me from? Save yourself. Save yourself. Because it cannot be healthy to be this obtuse. It cannot be this healthy to live in a space where you think that because you're white, and because I would never use the N-word, that somehow you were bestowed by God with impeccable gifts to discern what is good for all people. When you've only had a singular life experience. And in the Western society, you've had an exceptional, privileged, white, secular experience. This is just disturbing. It's very disturbing. It's very disturbing. And it happens every day. And this is why it's like black people have to really take technology seriously and fight hard to put their children into the tech, because otherwise they are going to come up with robots who are a pure reflection of their consciousness. They write algorithms that are so biased. They write oppressive algorithms. And they're like, oh, it's not us, it's the computer. But codes don't write themselves. Computer don't just work by itself. You got to put something in it to get something out of it. It's so dangerous. And it happens every single day. And even that dude, I'm not gonna put him on myself, I have no problem, right? But like that Fauci dude, I want you to go look him up on Wikipedia. Read his background. Look who he knows. And you're like, oh, damn. And this is why when it comes to the US of A, the land of greed and capitalism, you cannot trust anybody. And you have the right to take as long as you need to do your research. Don't ever let nobody rush you to do something that you are not comfortable doing. Black people, listen to me very well. We are a godly people. We are a divine people. We are a blessed people. We are a favored people. And one thing that you have when the Lord is with you, your intuition, that gut feeling, trust it. It's the same. It's that gut feeling, that intuition, that connection that we have to God, to nature, to spirituality. That is the same. That's the same gut intuition that enabled these African people when they were brought here by force to flee the slavery. How did they know to cross rivers? How did they know to read stars? How did they know that this thing, it wasn't right and it wasn't sitting right in right here? You know what I mean? They want you to give up your God-given ability to consult with God. That's why they always call us witches. They call us black magic, dark magic, voodoo, demonic, this, because we have a strong ability to connect with God. Oh, yes, we do. And that's always made them very fearful of us. And that's why they've worked so hard in overtime to erase everything you ever knew about connecting to God, connecting to your ancestors, trusting yourself, trusting that voice, trusting your gut. If something does not sit right in your spirit, black people, is God talking to you? Anything anything that'll sit right in your spirit. Trust your spirit, because you are an anointed people. You wouldn't have made it this far with so less. Everything you've built, they destroy. They've killed you, infected you. I mean, what is it that they haven't done to us? Movies to make us evil people, drug dealers, crazies. They everything. They always trying to portray us like we're just some violent ass people with no ability to reason. We just walk outside and start killing folks. But yet that's what they do. That's what they do. We don't do stuff like that. What is this? You know what I mean? Like, you watch these movies, you would think every black person you meet is a violent human being. Always lying on people. Trying to forge a new identity as if we are the throwaways from God's kingdom. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. We all have to get back to a place where we reconnect with God and we learn to consult God and we learn to trust God. And then whatever God gives you peace with, then do it. But don't you ever let no man pressure you into anything that you're not comfortable with. The word of God is clear. It says, trust no man, trust no one, because we don't know. The Bible says that the heart of man is desperately wicked. Why would you ever trust anyone? Why would you ever trust people who've never cared about you? They only care about you every 4 years when they need something. Why would you ever care about people who don't care? They don't care about us. What's happening in Chicago? These people got $70 billion to throw away, and they would rather throw it away in Afghanistan because people are Muslim and they say Allah Akbar. Is that a sin to be Muslim? Is it wrong to say Allah Akbar? That's their religion. What's the problem? But yet, black people sitting here, they can even throw $70 billion at black people. Be like, yo, we recognize that what we did to you was after. These are people who still haven't even apologized for kidnapping over 15 million Africans and bringing them here to build their wealth. They don't even have the decency to say sorry. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's my issue. And that's why I was telling the brother, like, at least, if these Europeans had enough wherewithal, had enough self-awareness, so you know what, black people, like, we understand. You've always gotten the short end of the stick. We understand. Every time America made a contract with you, we never delivered. 40 acres, the Homestead Act didn't deliver. The Emancipation Proclamation, Lincoln was supposed to give people money and land, didn't deliver. Do you know how many broken promises these Europeans have made to African Americans, to black people, to enslaved Africans, and they've never delivered? And every time you're supposed to forgive, you're supposed to, well, I got to make a choice between two demons. They're all demons. The devil is a devil. How are you going to negotiate with the devil? That's why I don't even participate. I don't do it. I don't do it. Broken promises. I mean, like, sometimes I look at the images of, like, these black people. I cry, you guys. I cry. You cry. Broken promises. Oh, come over here, fight for me. I'm going to help you. The people, they go, they move, they walk. Do you know how far people had to walk from Louisiana all the way up there to join the military up there? Then people walked up there to go help this white man. And what did he give him? Nothing. Nothing. That's when lynching really started. It's after the Civil War. That's when Jim Crow started. And these black people who went out there to help that white man with his legacy, because he was a failure. Abraham Lincoln is just like Joe Biden. He was a failure his whole career. Go read about this man. He's just like Joe Biden. Failure after failure after failure after failure. It took black people to give this man a legacy. And he had the courage to stand at the Gettysburg and give his address on over 3,000, 4,000 dead people. That's a man that people are going to celebrate out here in history. This got to be a shame. This has got to be a joke. Y'all, I swear, that's why I don't make too many videos, because these people, they drive me crazy. They drive me crazy. But you can see, if you go through the annals of black history, you look at the pictures, all the pictures of the ancestors, you can see the sadness in their eyes. Broken promises. Always preying on the desperation of black people. Always keeping black people like this close to the poverty line, so that they're always willing to do whatever it takes just to not become super poor for generations. This is so diabolical. This is so diabolical. What America does to black people is pure witchcraft. It is witchcraft. They give you just enough food. They give you just enough seeds. They give you just enough information. They give you just enough of your own personal self-awareness. They give you just enough identity that they can still control you, your kids, your grandkids, and everybody that comes out of you. This ain't right. This is not right. This is not right. And they don't even have the decency. And that's how you know in this country, there's first class U.S. citizen and there's a second class. There's like the first class and then there's like coach. White people are in first class, black people is in coach. Because if you really saw everybody here as equal, as all American citizen, you would say, we understand why you feel this way. We understand. And we're going to allow you to take your time. And if anytime you want to talk about it, I'm here. No, they're going to shame you, insult you, tell your family not to invite you over for Thanksgiving. They're going to tell your people to be afraid of you because if you come around, somebody's going to die. Like, this is crazy. Once again, demonizing black people for exercising their choice. Demonizing black people because they're exercising mindfulness. Demonizing black people because they are waiting for God to give them peace about a situation. Because they want you to act like it's a plantation. Well, you don't have a mind. You just have a body. And the white man is your mind. And the white man tells you whatever to do. How can any white person, how can any politician, white politician, how can any white man, especially one who wrote a crime bill, lie on black people? 3 strikes, you're out. They can even catch you with a joint. They're going to lock you up for 10 years in prison. And yet they got all kinds of white men on Wall Street who steal billions of dollars. They only get like 2 years, 3 years. You hear what I'm trying to say? You see what I'm trying to say? But no, they're going to tell you what you're going to do with your body. How is that not a plantation? How is that not a slave master mindset? How dare you? And that goes to show you they do all this lip service, but they don't truly understand that they are still perpetuating a slave master attitude, a slave master narrative, a slave master identity. You can never tell especially when you are historically known for misusing, abusing, destroying, and killing the body of a group of people. You don't get to tell them what to do with their bodies. You don't get to tell them what to put in their bodies. You don't. You don't. You give people space, you give people time, and you let people peacefully arrive to their decision. And by God's grace, they will arrive at the right decision. But you don't pressure people to put something in their bodies because God forbid something happens. Are you going to come take care of their kids? Are you going to take care of them? No, you're not. You won't even know who they are. They won't even get a flag in the mail. So let's stop. Let's stop. And that's where I feel like the intellectual scam is coming from, right? Pretending to care about black people dying, pretending to care. You have our neighborhoods full of liquor store, pawn shops, the drug dealers, the shark loans, the payday loans, the dollar store. Everything in there is full of sugar. The drink, sugar, bunch of candy, sugar. Everything you got in the fridge, all the food that you got, everything is processed, is super processed, is full of MSG. Where there's death all around us. It don't bother you. So at this point, let us pick our poison. Whenever we're ready, people gonna do what's in their best interest. But you don't care about us living. Meanwhile, I told you about DC. Go to DC. Look at the school system in Anacostia. Anacostia is not even like 10 to 15 minutes away from the White House. The majority of public schools that cater to black children, especially in inner cities, they look like prisons. And the children are treated like prisoners. They have metal detectors. They got, everything to lock your ass up. But yet, they don't have enough counselors. They don't have enough coaches. They don't have enough therapists. They don't have enough social services to help the kids. But they got a bunch of police officers outside. They got a bunch of metal detectors. The roof is leaking. The children are using books that you got seniors out here in the classroom. They're using books from the 8th grade. Y'all, you need to pick somebody. I don't have the money. If I did, I would. But somebody needs to do a documentary on how public schools that cater to black children, the whole world needs to see how America treats black pupils. from first grade all the way to 12th grade. People need to see that. And they need to contrast between how white children have their public schools set up. Let's talk about how every year these white politicians redo the city boundaries so that black children do not have access to predominantly white public schools. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how most public schools that are in inner cities are a breeding ground. It's like a gateway into the juvenile system for black children. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how since Thurgood Marshall went and fought the case for that girl, Brown versus the Education Board of Topeka, Kansas, 1955. Let's talk about since from 1955, when he won that Supreme Court decision, until today, not much has changed for black children, black education, and the public school system to make black children competitive. Let's talk about that part. Let's talk about that part. But they'll be quick to put metal detectors in school. I'm telling you, they have metal detectors in school where black children go. Oh, they're black. They're going to come in with some gun. Oh, they black. Have a bunch of police officers. So they condition you to prison life. And that's why sometimes when you go to some of these schools, some of these high schools, you don't think it's bad to go to juvie because the juvie and your high school look the same. It looks the same. It all looks the same. So what's the difference? What exactly is the difference? What's the difference? Black people, you have the right to your bodies. You're now free. You're no longer a slave. You have the right to your bodies. And don't ever let anybody use fear. Fear is from the devil. And the Bible, I'm coming from a Christian perspective, right? And the good book of the good Lord says that God did not give us a spirit of fear. Marlene, say that one more time. God, the Bible says, the word of God said in the Second Testament out there somewhere, that God did not give us a spirit of fear, but he gave us a spirit of strong mind and a spirit of power. And we have forgotten how to talk to our God. We have forgotten to exercise our power. We have forgotten to exercise the power of a sound mind. Go, anything you do, it's not even just this thing. I don't really care about that thing too much. But when it comes to your education, when it comes to your business, when it comes to your body, when it comes to who you want to marry, when it comes to your finances, whatever it is that you wish to do it with a sound mind. Do it with a sound mind. Don't you ever in your life let somebody scare you into making a decision. Because the Bible says, Christ be in me, the hope of glory. If God is for me, who shall be against me? Don't ever let it, because I'm telling you, anybody who wants you to make it, oh, if you don't do it today, it's going to sell out, then I guess it wasn't meant for me. Oh, if you don't sign right now, you're going to lose, then I guess it wasn't made for me. Because in God, there's no missed opportunity. What is for you is for you. It might be delayed, but it ain't going to go missing. You hear what I'm trying to say? You will never find what was meant for you in the lost and found for another person to claim it. Because under God, in the covenant with God, what is meant for you is for you. It will never be in the lost and found. Don't you ever let anybody make you feel like, oh, if you don't take this right now, why should I? Why are you rushing me? Because the other name for God is time. He is the beginning and he's the end. I don't need to rush. I need to move in God's season. I need to move in God's timing. But what they're trying to tell God's children, because they've done such a wonderful job making you think that you're not part of the covenant, that you're not. Yes, we are. I told you the Bible is about black people. I told you the Bible takes place with a bunch of Africans in it. But they've done such a marvelous job convincing you that you are unclean, that you are a heathen. No, we're not. No, we're not. We are God's chosen people. God's favor is all over you. And it's time for you to wake up to it. Because times like these will either challenge you to just be a sheep or to learn to manifest the power of God that lives in you. Christ in you, the hope of glory. Fear is not your portion. Fear is not your portion. Don't you ever be afraid of anything. Because even like the Bible says, even when the enemy comes against me, the Lord shall raise a standard. Do you not read the word of God? What did David say in the song? He said, even when the enemies were against me, my Lord, he raised the standard. He raised the standard. They got butts. Today, you wake up, black women that used to be so healthy. Huh? Black women used to be so healthy out here. Today, you wake up, there's so many black women with fibroids. I was like, what is this? What's happening? So many black women with cancer. All this birth control. They got black women out here ingesting. Our bodies are not made for this, y'all. This stuff is not for us. A lot of Western medication it does not suit your African body. You're black. You're someone of African descent. A lot of these stuff it does not go well with your bodies. Today, so many black women have cancer. This is crazy. What the heck is this? Cancer everywhere. All this stuff. There are side effects to this stuff. We live in a country where scientists are manufacturing oxycodone, fentanyl. Why does anybody ever need to make a drug so powerful anyways? And nobody is calling them down Congress. Do you have to make this stuff so addictive? They create things. Hold on. They create things that are like nefarious. These things are synthetic things that are nefarious to your vagina. To your vagina. There are some antibiotics sometimes. You can take some antibiotics, you'll have a yeast infection. Because it's so strong. It's so strong. You ingest this thing, it messes up your entire flora. Your whole vagina is off. Your pH is off. Bunch of yeast infection everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at the kind of stuff, look at the kind of diseases that you are hearing from black women today. You didn't used to hear that 10, 20 years ago. But now it's so rampant. Because what they got out here making, go get birth control so you can finish your education. Go get birth control so that you can finish your career. So you put these things in your body. You don't even ask, what's the side effect? I kid you not, I don't use birth control. I don't trust this stuff. I like the least amount of their drugs I can put in my body. Alhamdulillah, I don't want their stuff in my body. I do not want their stuff in my body. I don't want it in my body. You see? I'm like, back in the day, you would see black women, they couldn't even go to the hospital because they were black. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even have access to medication like that. So they would use like the African stuff, the plants and knowledge of the plants, homeopathy and stuff like that, like that's just how they knew what to do, how to do stuff because they had the legacy. They had the knowledge of the ancestors. So they didn't put all this stuff in their body. And then they had the kids. It wasn't okay, I got a bunch of kids. It wasn't a big deal. But it's like them ladies lived long. My great grandma, she had like 10 kids or whatever. She died when she was 100, like 106. My dad's mom, my grandma, she died recently. She lived like 106 too. She had like 12 kids. You know what I mean? My grandma died like a supermodel. She looked my dad's mom. She was like Grace Jones, legit. Collarbones and everything, dark skin, everything. You know what I mean? But today it's like even in 18, 19, you got 21, 20. I want my little sister. She's like 29. Tell me that she got fibroids. I said, you have fibroids. Where did you get this stuff from? I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm this is just not our bodies didn't used to do this kind of stuff. They used to do this kind of stuff. And now you are black women are carrying diseases. Their bodies are betraying them because we engage with stuff that's not good for us. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous, y'all. I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm being serious. The number of black women who have fibroids now, it's insane to me. It's insane to me. The number of black women who go through all kinds of issues now, it is insane. I'm like, what is going on here? What is this? What is happening? And nobody is ringing the alarm. Oh, it's science. It's science. What science? Who's science? Who's science? This is for them. What is the science for us? Because we need a science for black people, made for black people. We're genetically, we're not all equal. I'm not trying to be funny. But it's the way people do medicine out here in this country, especially in American society, the way medicine is administered, everything is drug. You have a headache, drug. Toothache, drug. Your head hurts, drug. You're having issues with your belly, drug. Diarrhea, drug. Whatever is wrong with your body, they want to drug you up. Everything they can say, oh no, maybe change your diet, maybe drink more water, take some vitamins. No. They straight drugs. Everything is drug therapy. And they never trying to see okay, could this be related to something else? No, they're going to drug you up. They want you to be a bunch of zombies out here. And the thing about this stuff, like the thing about a lot of like this, these medicine, like this synthetic drugs that you take, right? They leave residues in your body. Not everything is processed by your liver. Not everything is processed by your liver. So therefore, not everything that gets flushed out. Not everything is used by your body. Not everything is even flushed through your kidneys when you pee or when you poop. So there's stuff that the residue that your body can't process and it cannot excrete it out of your body. What happens to all that deposit? But nobody will say anything. Oh, because it's the white man that made it. How dare you question it? And that's my other thing too. Because these vaccines are made by white people. How dare we Negroes question the white man? That's really what it is, right? Because it's the white man you don't question. But if it was made by a black person, or if it was like if these companies belong to black people, were ran by black people, had predominantly black people in charge. Oh, wait, like do you see how hard people went for Obama and his birth certificate? Well, I tell you, they'd be like dissecting the stuff, and they would open the floodgates of criticism. When Trump was doing his Obama birth certificate stuff, the birther, whatever thing, Facebook didn't stop him. Twitter didn't stop him. Instagram didn't stop him. He was allowed to talk about Obama and his birth certificate like he wanted to, because it's okay. It's normal, because there's always something wrong. There's always something fishy. There's always something conniving. There's always something scamish about these Negroes, right? So yeah, put the Negroes under a microscope, right? Because that's okay. That's normal, right? But when a white man does something, you're supposed to have a hallelujah, the Messiah, because they have a godlike complex. They have a godlike complex, and they cannot. Just like I watch Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, right? And I see that with the ladies and the way they treat Garcelle on there. It's a godlike complex, right? This hierarchy, like, because they see her as less than. She's not married. She's not as rich as them. She doesn't have a big house like them. She doesn't wear like as many labels as them. She probably doesn't shop as much as them. So it's like you can feel with Doritos, like, who is this black woman to question me? Even with Lisa Rinna, right? You feel it in them, right? Because they always want you to be impressed by them. And when you're not impressed by them, it's really hard for them. It's really hard. When you're not impressed by whatever a white person is serving, when you're not amazed, when you're not crying, like, oh, white savior, when you're not like kissing their ass and chasing up behind them, they're like, how dare you? How dare you deny me the reverence that you owe me because I'm a white person? You see what I'm saying? And that's exactly how it reeks when it comes to that situation, right? How dare black people, how dare any black person question what a white man said? How dare you as a black person question Dr. Fauci? Because he's the doctor. He's a white doctor. How dare you Negroes? How dare you rappers? How dare you people that we rescued from Africa when you were swinging in trees and probably eating your own feces? How dare you monkey looking like humans question us? Since when did black people acquire so much intelligence that they now feel like they can stand and question us? How dare you question us? So that they're going to treat you like a runaway slave. They're going to catch you, bring you in front of the whole plantation, beat you, get you all naked, castrate you, beat you. That's exactly what they did to Nicki Minaj, right? They treated her like a runaway slave. They're going to bring her in front of all these people, shame her, make fun of her. So that way, nobody else who's black, especially if you're famous, oh, well, look at what they did to her. I'm not going to do that. And this is exactly why a lot of people did not run out, that they run away from slavery. Because they witnessed when people got caught. They saw it. They made sure they saw it. They made sure they saw you beat somebody get beat, and you could hear the flesh rip. These people, they're good when it comes to torture. But because now they can't torture you like we're on a plantation and you're a literal runaway slave, right? What they will do is use their media platforms, right, to make fun of you, to dehumanize you, to render you dumb and stupid. Oh, here goes this little rapper girl who thinks she's so smart. And like we're going to use our language, our English, and our little stupid ass quip to make her like she's a freaking idiot. Does that make sense? Exactly. Did you see that in Grizzly commercial? All their drugs have side effects. All their drugs have side effects, but you're not allowed to say that. You just take it. All their birth control stuff have side effects, right? Just like when the kid stuff, you're supposed to like bring your kid and let them put whatever they want into your kid. And if your kid dies, well, you signed a waiver. So whatever. They're going to treat your little baby like a dead chicken. That's it. They don't care. They do not care. One of my aunties, it was in New York. She had a baby, right? And the doctor, when because they did a C-section, whatever. No, when my little cousin came out, they pulled her so hard, he dislocated her arm. Pretty baby girl. The whole time, like, she could never use her arm. And they didn't even pay her because they're Black, they're African. They figured that maybe she's illegal anyway, so she should be grateful to have a child in America. Like, you guys, the way Western medicine treats Black people. If you haven't seen it for yourself, maybe you might be like, oh, I don't know. If you are a Black, especially if you're a Black woman, especially if you had to deliver children in this country, especially if you had to go to an OBGYN while pregnant in this country, if you ever had to go to the ER in this country, you will see some things. You will see the way they treat you. I remember, like, even with James, when my water broke. You guys, when your water breaks, you know it's your water. Like, it feels like a gushing ocean just coming out your vagina. And what's it called? And it has like a smell to it, and it has color to it, right? So we finally went there. And so we get there, we get to the because he was like, okay, when I called the doctor, it was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. He was like, go to the hospital. So we went to the hospital, went to Fairfax and Nova, and they sent me to triage. And on top of that, you go there, your water birth, they're not even rushed. They even ask you, are you okay? Are you in any pain? You think they care? So they finally these white girls finally sent me to triage. When we got to triage, she took this big Q-tip. She put the Q-tip in my vagina, and she put the Q-tip in my vagina. And when she did that, there was like some green. It looked like green. It looked so nasty. And she was like, oh. Then she put that in the little, like, the receptacle thing. And she's like, okay, well, see what that is. Then they made me wait. She's like, oh, we think you just peed on yourself. So you might want to go home. How can you listen? How are you gonna tell somebody who's telling you my water broke? You make me wait. You finally get me to triage. You do the little Q-tip thing in my vagina. And he said, oh, you probably peed on yourself. Trick. You're not going to run a sonogram to see if you're not going to run a sonogram to see if there's still amniotic fluid in there. You're not going to run a sonogram to see if that kid is breathing. Like, these people are crazy. They are crazy. I have another friend. I ain't going to say too much because I don't want y'all to know, because I don't know if she sent it on her thingy yet. But I had another friend. Took her forever to get pregnant. She finally got pregnant. Mind you, it took her like 9 years to get pregnant. Like, this is some real stuff, you guys. You guys, please talk to Black women who've had children in the American healthcare science world. Okay? Yes. Let's talk about it. Took her 9 years to get pregnant. Listen to me very well, right? At 26 weeks, the doctor says to her, you need to have an abortion. What? Like, and mind you, when you're someone's OBGYN, you know their history. Like, you know their history. You know if they have fertility history. You know, like, whatever they've tried to have children, everything. Like, oh, she did? Okay, good. Okay, Maria said she did. Okay. Dolapo. When Dolapo got pregnant, right? It took her like 9 years. You guys, like, this thing was really painful for her. Even when I was pregnant, every time I felt so bad. Because she would always be like, Maria, she always wanted to have 2 boys and she wanted to have twins. You see, like, and like, I kept getting pregnant. Like, I really felt bad. Oh my gosh, I got the 2 boys. Like, I really felt bad. Like, oh my goodness, right? She finally gets pregnant. The lady said to her, she got to get rid of the baby. Can you imagine? Something that took somebody 9 years to even experience. Like what she went through. You guys, it was so bad. Like, it really was bad. All jokes aside. Like, you got to, like, it was bad. It was bad. Like, the way, like, infertility affected her mental health, you guys, it was like, it's like, oh my, you don't wish that on anybody. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. And the lady says to her, and a matter of fact, we're like, oh yeah, you got to get rid of it. And I'm giving you, I think she was 24 weeks. So she gave her like, she's like, so she said to her, like, are you not even going to do a sonogram? Is the baby okay? Because I think, like, after a certain amount of week, it can become criminal, right? To get rid of the pregnancy. She's like, oh, no, we haven't. So you haven't even checked to see if the baby could potentially make it, right? You're not even asking her, since it took you so long to get to this point and it means a lot to you, would you be willing to die to let your child? Ask her, because maybe she's about that life. You don't know. The lady had complete disregard for her journey. Like, you guys, it's not even funny. So her mom, her husband was like, oh, hell no. In the name of Jesus, we're out of here. They took her, talked to her, encouraged her. She's like, no, she's not doing it. By the grace of God, she found, I think it was, is it Chanel? Chanel in England? Chanel did a video. This is how God, hey, Jesus. She found a video of Chanel. And I think in that video, Chanel was talking about cerclage, which is like they do something like, I don't know, they stitch you up, but they do something to secure the, like, especially the baby. The baby was healthy in there, right? There was no reason for an abortion. Like, it's a very difficult thing, but it's doable. So they found the doctor in some other hospital. They told the situation to that doctor. The doctor said, I'll give you a chance. They went there. They did the cerclage thing. And now she had to be on bed rest. But today the baby's out. He's living. He's thriving. You see this? She was trying to scare her so bad. And then she was like, oh, if you don't do it about this amount of weeks, I guess like in New York, it's a crime. I don't know, something crazy like that. So it's like adding more and more and more to her anxiety. I'm like, what is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? This is how they treat, like even for me, she didn't even do a sonogram. There's a lady, I have another friend right now, her aunt just lost her baby at 7 months. She had to go into full labor. Like she had to push a dead baby out of her body. And mind you, I said I was going to be here for 3 hours. But mind you, she went to the hospital on Wednesday. She went to the hospital on Wednesday to check on the pregnancy, right? Then she, I think it was like over the weekend, went there on Friday. Over the weekend, she was eating cake. Or she said, like, what my friend told me, she said, like, when she eats cake, she can feel the baby be happy. Because like usually every time she eats something sweet or something cake, like a cake or something sweet, the baby starts moving. So she was eating the cake, the baby not moving. She's like, oh, something is weird. So she called the doctor, whatever. She ate more cake. Baby's not moving. So she goes and, oh no, everything is fine. Do you think these assholes ran a sonogram on her? You think these people like measured if she had any more amniotic fluid? You think them people checked the heartbeat of the baby? 7 months. That baby could have lived by itself in an incubator. The baby died from Friday to Wednesday. Baby's dead. She said she couldn't feel the heartbeat. They didn't even, and that's in Atlanta. That happened in Atlanta. You think they took her stuff seriously? They didn't care. Baby died. Baby died in her body. So now they had to induce her in labor, and she had to push a whole baby the whole time. Yet, when you're 7 months pregnant, everybody's expecting a baby because she's supposed to go back to Congo and with the baby, and they're gonna see like everybody. So people are expecting a baby. Can you imagine? People see you pregnant for 7 months. Everybody's expecting you to have a child. The baby dead. Baby's gone. In America, in Atlanta. What they do to Black women, and especially in OBGYN over there, like the opposite, like the, what's it called? The prenatal, postnatal, prenatal care over there. It is beyond this a butchery. It is a butchery. It's a butchery. And anyone, and most Black women who've had to deliver a kid in this country know exactly what I'm talking about. It's so awful. It's so awful. The kind of care we get when we go to deliver our Black children as Black women, it is so awful. Even when they come in there and they keep shoving their fingers up your vagina. What the heck is this stuff? What's going on here? But everything you say to them is dismissive. The lady wanted, I'm telling you, my water broke. You say, oh no, you peed on yourself. You put a Q-tip in my vagina. You're getting like all these kind of green, nasty residue from it. And you're telling me, oh, you should just go home. But imagine if I had listened to her, my mom had listened to her, or Jimmy had listened to her, and we went home. Baby just would have died. I could have bled to death. He could have suffocated in there. I probably would have never had baby James. Because we insisted on staying there. I'm like, no, I did not pee on myself. I was like, and when she was talking to me, and I was getting heated, I'm like, you know what? I was like, now I gotta go pee. Because you feel it, like you feel when it's urine coming out your bladder, and you feel like it's, and it wasn't like a little bit of like water, it was a lot, you guys. Like when your water breaks, it's like a flood. It's not urine. It is a whole flood. Like it's like boom. And it's like you just a bunch of stuff, and like there's flesh coming out. Yo, this is not pee. So, and the whole time I'm talking to her, then I felt the need to go to the bathroom and to pee. So I went to pee. I was like, you see, I just peed. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here because my water broke, heifer. So we stayed. Then my doctor couldn't come, so he brought the lady. She was a black woman. She came to help me deliver. I forgot her name though. So when she came in, she was like, okay, let's put her on potassium so that they can kick up my contraction. And I delivered James September 22nd at 2:30 p.m. around that time. So it was almost his birthday. That was like almost like 11 years ago, right? But yeah, that was my experience. You know, and here also, New Orleans wasn't any better. Ochsner Baptist, it wasn't any better for me also. Wasn't any better. Do you know what I mean? And it's like you really have to like advocate for yourself when you're in these places. You have to fight, because I'm telling you, Western medicine does not value black people. It doesn't value black bodies. It doesn't value the treatment of black bodies. And a lot of them who go and get this medical treatment, training to become doctors and become nurses, they're not trained to have empathy for black patients. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And so when you are in those spaces, Western science, whatever that thing is called, you truly, truly, truly have to advocate for yourself. So I'm like, don't try to shame a black woman or shame anybody, as a matter of fact, who wants to do her own research. She has the right to do her own research, but she never said to anybody, don't do it. If you, like I said, if you feel confident about it, if you've done your research, or, you know, whatever gives you peace about it, and you decide to do it, more power to you. You know what I mean? And I pray that even if there are side effects, let them not be so severe that something like, you know, really bad happens to you. If you're someone who doesn't want to take it because you believe that you don't want to take it, you don't trust it, you think that God can watch over you, more power to you. And I pray that every day your faith be strengthened, period. That's it. But I'm like, you cannot force yourself onto black people's bodies. Black people's bodies does not belong to Western medicine. Our bodies don't belong to science, because it was so-called white science that even created a space, right? It's white science that created a space for even slavery to exist. And to this day, white science has yet to say sorry for mislabeling us as monkeys, for mislabeling us as gorillas, for mislabeling us as chimpanzees. Do you know what I mean? It's white science that came back and told them people that we black people swing from trees and that we feel no pain. And to this day, they have yet to apologize. Because you have to be able, you think people who sold people, the slaves, weren't sad? You don't think it affected them also? But what gave them the courage, or, yeah, the justification, okay, it's okay to do this stuff. These people are not human. So-called white science. Because anybody, like, it's a lot. I'm like, even if these people are probably like the biggest demons ever, but I'm like, if any person, you see bunch of people jumping off a ship because they'd rather die than to be enslaved. Like, yeah, it has to get to you. It has to get to you. People dying, throwing up, like, I don't care how evil you are, but at some point it has to get to you. It has to get to you. But when you have white science telling you, oh, it's okay, they're monkeys. Oh, it's okay, they're less than. Oh, it's okay, they're animals. Oh, it's okay, because if you didn't sell them to slavery, they would probably be like some mammals out there just killing each other, eat each other's skin off. You know what I'm saying? No, okay, I guess they're animals, so it's okay that I'm doing this. It's science. With science, Westerners justify pretty much anything. You know what I mean? Science. It's the same science that told them, oh yeah, go drop nuclear bombs on Japan. Go drop nuclear bombs on Vietnam, because they're not human. You know what I mean? If you felt like the Vietnamese people were human beings, you want to drop Agent Orange on these people, right? But they're not human. And it's science that created the product of mass destruction, right? It's science. It's through science that they came up with these nuclear bombs and dropped Agent Orange on these Vietnamese people. And it created so many deformities. Like, you guys, and they don't talk about it, right? They want you to focus on Hitler. But let's talk about what America has done to Vietnam, to the Vietnamese people. It's inhumane. Children being born stuck, like them children stuck heads to, just all kinds of deformities. Mothers having to give birth to children that look like, I don't even want to use the word I want to use though. Horrible. Polluted everything, their food source, their water, their trees, their environment, everything. Children born, like, it's horrible. 6 fingers, 7 fingers, 25 toes. I mean, God knows. No heart, no bladder. And they don't even say sorry for that too, but it's science. Dropping nuclear bomb over there in the Japan. Science. Science. It's on the it's always for under the guise of science. Like science, I feel like sometimes to Westerners, science is the same thing as like what like Christianity was like back in like the feudal days when they're like, oh, they went around the world killing innocent people in the name of spreading Christianity, but they were just being colonizers though. They were just being imperialists. Like they had 100-year war where they went around the world killing all kinds of innocent people because, oh, they're savages and we must make them Christians. But they didn't really care about making them Christians. They wanted to control these people, steal their money, steal their bodies, and just, have their ways. They wanted money. So they used Christianity to do whatever they wanted to do with these people. 110 years going around the world killing people for under the guise of, oh, because we're Christians and you people need to come to the light. That's always what they do. Always this, always. They always have some romantic reason as to why they go around the place oppressing other people. But now, since they can't use Christianity to go oppress the world, well, I guess they do with the Arabs, right? Because it's always like, it's a contrast, right? It's like Christianity versus like Islam, right? But it's like now, now it's science, right? In the name of science. What is it that they won't do in the name of science? How many children would they not use as guinea pigs in the name of science? How many black people, black bodies, black women will they not misuse, abuse, mistreat, misdiagnose, all kind of abuse and stuff, right? In the name of science. Science is the Frankenstein. That shit is real. That book about Dr. whatever his name, Jekyll, like Frankenstein, where he was a doctor who created a monster. That stuff is real. Oh, thank you, Marissa. That thing is real. That thing is very real. In the name of science. Right? Science is the new excuse now for biological warfare. Just say it's for science. You want to kill a whole bunch of people? Oh, say, oh yeah, in the name of science, just take this. Because, oh, it's science. How dare you question science? How dare you No, when they say how dare you question science, they're trying to really say how dare you question a white man. That's really what it is. But they can't say white man, so they say science. Right? But it's not really the science that you're questioning, right? Because when you do like research, when you do research in any major, like biology, physics, whatever, right? Every research starts with a hypothesis. And you question the things. Like you even have to question your own findings. That's why a lot of people like apply the statistical methods to their findings to make sure that there's not bias, to make sure that there's not error. You know what I'm saying? Like there's all that stuff. It's like that's why people apply statistics to research data to make sure, right? But the whole process of science is to question everything. But now it's like, no, you can't question. So is it really science or is it something else? Is it the white man's ego or is it really science? Like, I don't know. Right. But like science is becoming the new thing now. Before it was Christianity. Right. Like, and that's what the Europeans have done. They used Christianity to go around the world and kill all these Muslims. When you look at what Russia did to the Turkish people, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. These Romanovs, these European, they're called the Romanovs. They would go to they would go to like to Turkey and they would kill all these Turkish people. But the Turkish, they kept fighting back too, though. It's disturbing. It is disturbing. Go look up the Romanovs. These people, they're disturbing. Europeans, disturbing. They would just go bully them for no reason. They would just go and bully these Turkish people. Just bully them. Just because they want to control that. Because the way Turkey sits is like between Europe and Africa. Like, and then you have like that. What's the canal? There's a canal that's there too, because it's not far from Egypt too, right? There's a canal right there where the stuff was stuck last time. Is it the Suez Canal? I don't know. There's like that water right there, right? Yeah, they want to control that because from Turkey's like between Europe and Africa, Africa and Europe. So they just go bully these people, these Romanovs. I forgot what the Turkish family was called. They had a name. I forgot their name. They just go bully them. The French, the British, the Italians, all the people would just say, oh, because of Christianity, just go around the world and just, Suez Canal, yeah. So it's to control the ports and control the spices. Because the Turkish are great. They used to, I don't know about now, but they used to be great business people, right? Because they had access to all these ports, right? So they could trade. They could trade with Africa. They could trade with Europe. They could trade with the Middle East, right? Because if you look at the map, from Egypt, you can walk to Jordan. And then you walk to Jordan. From Jordan, you end up in what they call now Israel, Palestine, right? So they're like right there. They're right there. So they want to control that. They would just go and just kill these innocent people. And there was a white woman there too, because the guy from Russia and the Romanov family, he married a German girl. So she's the great great grandmother of Hitler, right? So when she took power as a German dominating the Russians because they didn't like her because she wasn't Russian. She was another psycho, another Karen. Like that lady was crazy. She was she was crazy. I'm telling you, these Vikings, there's something wrong with these people. It's crazy. So it's yeah, it was Christianity. They did all this stuff they did in Africa. They would change people's names. Oh, your name is this. They call you Peter. They call you Mary because they say that your name is the name of a savage. You know what I mean? They would have food stations. Like they would make the food, but the only way you could eat was if you agreed to read the Bible, and you had to renounce your Africanness, right? But as long as you agreed to read the Bible and to become a Catholic, you could eat the food. So eventually, a lot of people were like, "Well, I think I want to eat the food." So people gave up. People thought it'd become. You guys see all these Africans named Mary, Paul, Jeremy, Sebastian, Matilda, Madeleine, because that's what they did. Oh, stop speaking this language. Speak our language. Okay. Then they'll give up your clothes and we'll give you pants or whatever they used to give you. I don't know. But that's what they did. And they would tell you it was for your own good. Have you ever seen Catholic missionaries in Africa? Have you ever seen Catholic missionaries around Black people? Have you ever seen these white Catholic missionaries in Latin America? Have you ever seen these white Catholic missionaries in the West Indies and the Caribbean? The way they treat people? Oh my gosh. We can have a whole conversation about the Catholic Church. It is disturbing. These people are sick. They are sick. They are sick. They would make these African people get on their knees and open their mouth for the daily bread of the Lord, the white Jesus. And then you would have like Black people, Africans on their knees like this to the white priest, and he'd be like, and then he would touch your forehead, like, oh. Yo, you have to see some of these things, man. People, they're crazy. They're crazy. So that's the thing. Oh, they did all they did to Africa and all this stuff because they wanted us to no longer be savages, right? There's even a book by this guy named Conrad. He writes about Africa. He writes about the Congo, and he calls it the heart of darkness. I said, excuse me. And even when we read the book at Fairfax High School, right? I read that my senior year, and my teacher, he was white. And he knew I was African. You think he cared? Is this even respectful to Marty? No, he was like the heart of darkness. And you should see when he read it like an imperialist fascist, his eyes would glisten every time he would say heart of darkness. I'm like, so you come to people are in their country minding their business. You Europeans come with your violence, your thievery, your scamming, your lies, and you have the audacity to say that somebody else's heart is dark. But what's in your heart? What exactly is in your heart that makes you leave your country, face these perilous seas, thousands of miles to come to someone else's country to abuse them? And yet you call them the savages, but you're not a savage, right? You're not a savage. You infringe on somebody's property. You trespass. You lie, you kill, you steal, you destroy. And yet your heart is white. And the one that you're victimizing, their heart is dark. Make it make sense, you guys. I'm like, yo, you guys, I swear, sometimes I think about my Western education and I have PTSD. I'm like, how did I survive all of this? You know what I mean? All jokes, I'm like, how exactly did we survive Western education? Because it's a constant, it's a lot. It's a lot to every day read things that are a bunch of lies to begin with, but it's a lot to constantly read. You're Black, you're ugly. You're Black, you're demonic. You're Black, your heart is dark. You know what I mean? And they're always the good ones. They're always the powerful ones. I remember even last night I was thinking about Dolly Madison. I grew up in Virginia, right? So they give you the story of Dolly Madison because at that time when her husband was president, the White House went up in flames, right? Her husband went up in flames. So the tale has it, right, that Dolly Madison ran into the White House and she was brave enough to fight these fiery flames so she could take some paintings off the wall and bring those paintings out. And I remember I was young, I was like, what? She did what? And the older you get, you realize that there ain't no damn Dolly Madison. ran into no White House to take no dang. She didn't brave any fiery flames. No, the black people that they were enslaving, because the White House had slaves. Okay, those enslaved white people were told to go risk their lives so that the white woman could have her paintings. That's the truth. I'm like, you didn't rescue nothing. You like, can you please, like, please stop the delusion. But these are the stories that they go around. They tell their kids that. Like, I'm telling you, if you go to, like, when I was in school in Virginia, oh gosh, because we're like, Virginia is the home of like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, like, all these racist people, these colonizers, right? So, but like, these are the tales that they tell you. Oh, Dolly Madison, and she was such a patriot, and she went into the White House with the burning flames everywhere, and then she went in there, she got the paintings, and she rushed outside, and then she just like, oh my gosh. Are we really supposed to believe this right now? Or and so you just go along and you pretend like, oh yeah, she's so great. I think when I had enough of like white indoctrination was at Mason. I had to take a I had to take a philosophy course. I was just so sick and tired of it. I was like, this is too much. I'm so tired. I can't do this anymore. I really can't do this anymore. These people are just lying. Like, these history books are just full of lies. They tell you about Socrates and how he was so smart. He was so intelligent. The man is like 80 years old, and he's walking around with a bunch of little children. Walking around with a bunch of little children, you know? And at that time, hold on, let me see if I can type it right. I think it is. Yeah. And that time, right? But they're not going to put that in there because, once again, they use the Socratic method at Harvard. At Harvard, okay? They use the Socratic method at Harvard. So they're not going to tell you the truth about Socrates and who he really was. This man was abusing children. At that time, where he is, this is what they do. It's called pederasty. I'm not gonna say it out loud. You know, Child. Hold on. I'm not saying it. Y'all can y'all can just write it down and look it up, because I guess, like I said, the algorithm can like pick up, like, listens to your words also. Do you see this? Do you see this? This is what they were doing at the time of Socrates. And this is what he was like, these kids, and they act like, oh, he was training the kids and he was a tutor to these kids and he was challenging the kids to be enlightened. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. This is what he was doing with these children. And then one of his students would named Plato would later go on to do it in a more organized fashion by creating, I guess, like the first boarding school. It was called a lyceum. In French, for high school, we say lycée. So that's where it comes from. So he could do this for like, he could just do this. Like, you know what I'm saying? But this is what they did. This is what they did, y'all. This is what they did. I'm not going to use any words, but y'all can see it for yourself now. See? This is what they did. This is what they did. And like, this is what they, like, they like, they would, this is what they did. This is what they did. This is what they did. And it was okay to do that. And then you would sit there and act like, oh, I'm just trying to educate, you know? You see this? And that's even with like bestiality and things like that. You see? This is what they would do to, this is what they do to people's children. Look at this. See? Look how old this man is. Look how young this person is. Look at this one. Look at this one. You see? What's the title? Like, and look at the title of this book. Oh, yes. What's the title of this book? And pedagogy. What's pedagogy? It's teaching. So I teach you, but at the same time, I groom you so I could penetrate you. Y'all, if I was to make videos about the stuff I know, I don't know how this would end up in my life. That's why I don't talk a lot. But that's what Socrates did. He was an abuser. He abused these children. He slept with them, all of them, and he groomed them. And And I guess Plato was the one that like was the best groom because he took it into a whole nother level, child. But you'll go to Harvard, they say, we take pride in the Socrates method. Okay. So that's what I'm like, when that lady, what's her name again? Joyce wants to sit here and brag about, oh, I went to Harvard. You're bragging because you went to an institution that trains you based on the ways of Socrates. Okay. That's a weird flex, but it goes to show you like black people will flex on things and you see that they don't really know the history of the flex they're trying to flex. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to really sit back and study these people, like these institutions, and what exactly is their foundation. A lot of these places are not good. Oh, Western philosophers were notorious child abusers. Notorious child abusers. Even the Spartans, they used to kidnap African people also in terms of slaves, and they would sexually they would abuse them. They would abuse them. They would abuse them. This stuff is like, yeah, we could like this. I'm like, I think we're really gonna do the Patreon things. We can have like real conversations on Patreon. Henry, you know what I mean? Because there's like I don't know if you can show your screen on Patreon, but I'll probably do that. I'll probably set my Patreon up today. But it's like, you guys, it's a lot. It's a lot. A lot of the stuff that people act like, oh, it's new. It ain't new. The same old spirit coming in a different form. That's it. That's it. That's it. Yeah. That's it. You really need to look into this stuff. Like, it's crazy. Look at this. Look at the little boy. Look at this little boy. You see this? And who is doing this again? A German. You see this? You see this? Look at this. That's a boy. That's like a teenager. And it's like, and the fact that people don't want to address the fact that a lot of white men are obsessed with little boys. I don't know why people don't want to talk about that. They are obsessed with boys. They love little boys. They are attracted to little boys. Y'all keep playing. You see this? Do you see this? You see this image right here? Do you see this image? Look at the image. Do you see this? Look at this right here. This is a kid. That's a child. He's an elder. And guess where he's penetrating the little boy? Look at this image. This is all this stuff is Socrates stuff. Like, this is what all of them. This is what they were doing to children. So when I'm taking this philosophy course, and once again, it was a white professor trying to sell me on the what's it called? The delusion of the grandeur of Socrates. You see, but if this was Michael Jackson, y'all would have had a problem with it. You know what I mean? Because anybody with some sense will know that Socrates was abusing these little boys. But the thing about these Westerners and these professors and these white institutions of indoctrination, they have such a selective eye. They know damn well this picture don't look right. Because if today an 80-year-old man was walking around a bunch of little kids all day, every day, this ain't right. What are you doing with them children? But because they don't have history, or their history is so awful, they have to always lie about their history. And that's the stuff they make you pay their expensive ass college degree so they can lie to you. Like, this stuff is disturbing. It is disturbing. It is so disturbing. We are sitting in the class of philosophy, right? And this white man, he's from Europe somewhere. He wasn't a bad person though, but he was indoctrinating his damn self in his own white supremacy. So this white man is trying to tell us that, it's something about, I think it's something that Plato said. It's like people were in the cave, and as they were in the cave, always these weird places with kids in them. It's in the cave, and the light was coming from wherever. But it was like making it seem as though it's only white people who have the ability for reason, who have the ability to have a mind, because animals don't, I mean, as far as we know, animals don't have consciousness, right? Like the fact that we're able to say, like, what is death? What is life after death? You like these abstract concepts, like, right, like, or even this a conversation around gender. Like, you need to have a mind, right? Mind, consciousness, right? That thing that you cannot touch, but that allows you to think at a higher level. Because that's really what distinguishes you. Because we're all mammals too, right? But that's like the mind, the consciousness, right? Being able to have a mind is what sets you apart from a real animal. So the way they write these philosophy courses and these books, the way they try to rebrand this dude, this Socrates dude, right, is to make it seem as though white people were the only ones who were able to think on an abstract scale. So therefore, it means everybody else was in the dark space. Like, we were all savages, and they were the. I'm like, that's such a lie. You go to China, you go to Asia. They also had philosophers at that time. You are not the only group of people asking questions about life and the meaning of life. That is a lie. Well, if you spend time with a lot of African people, especially African people, will tell you that. When I tell you African people got some of the most littiest proverbs, we have Africans have some of the most meaningful proverbs you've ever heard. Like, when I tell you, we'll say some stuff, and you're like, it's crazy. Like, there's a movie right now. There's a series right now on Netflix. It's about, like, it's a Nigerian series. It's a lady, I think, all the King's Woman or something like that. But, like, the lady, she's Yoruba, so she has a lot of Yoruba proverbs, right? But when you get it, you get it. I'm telling you, like, African people be on some deep stuff with their proverbs, though, right? You know what I mean? So it's like, we also were practicing mindfulness. Since we're talking about Yoruba people, but when you look at, like, even the Yoruba pantheon, which is like how the Yoruba people would think of, like, God, right? In Yoruba, God is Oludumare, right? He's Oludumare, and then, like, the way in the Catholics, in the Christian system, you have God and you have the Elohim, which is God, and all the angels, like Michael, because the Elohim is. Because, God's name is like El Shaddai, like El is like God. But then you have, like, the Elohim is God and all of his ministers, like all of the entities that help him to govern, right? So you have, like, Michael, you have Uriel, you have Gabriel, you have Cassiel, like they're you have all the archangels, and they usually, like, there's an L in Raphael also, right? The God, the angel of healing. So the Elohim, right, is pretty much, king of boys, right? What in the Hebrew faith is called the Elohim. God by himself is not the Elohim. He's like El Shaddai. But if you take God and you put even, like, Emmanuel, for the Lord is with us, right? You put all the El people together, Raphael, Michael, Gabriel, Cassiel, Uriel, all them people, they make up the Elohim, right? So the Elohim, what the Elohim is in the Hebrew faith, I guess, is what like Oludumare and his Orishas are, like, the same thing, right? So Oludumare is like the master creator of the universe. That's how Yoruba people refer to God. His name is Oludumare. And then Oludumare, I think, is like, there's another, I forgot his name. There's another one, but then you have the Orishas. So you have, like, Yemoja, you have Oshun, you have Shango, you have what's the other one? Olokun, you have Olokun, like, so it's like, but all of them, they make up all the powers of Oludumare plus his clique, right? Does that make sense? So, but, like, even that too, like, that kind of, like, thinking also is pretty abstract. Like, it's pretty amazing. So it shows you that even those people too, they were thinking also. So everybody was thinking. It's not like it was just white people who were asking, oh, what's life? What's the source of life? Who is God? Everybody was doing that. So all of us are humans. We all practice mindfulness. We can think on an abstract scale, not just white people. But when they write their books, their philosophy books, their theory books, their history books, oh no, they know everything. They know everything. They spearheaded everything. They always have the right answer. They, like, and everybody else is dumb, dark, monkey, feces, idiot, monkey, Chinese, blind, like, It's just like you cannot be this obtuse. Like you cannot. You just can't. So my philosophy course in Mason, I just at that point I had enough. I mentally checked out. I was like, you know what? These people in their lives, I just can't do this anymore. And then I begun like a process of like undoing white supremacy out of my head. And to this day, I'm still working it because you take on so much of it. Some of it is conscious, some of it, a lot of it is unconscious through like movies and like things that you read, the media, social media. You know what I mean? There's so much crap that you consume all the time that is meant to make you feel as though they are superior to you. You know, I remember like how bad it was like when I used to like not like my nose, right? And now I'm like, yo, there's nothing wrong with my nose. And I used to want to cut it off, chop it off, pinch it off, do all kind of weird things to it, you know. But the more I started questioning white supremacy, and I started questioning everything, I saw like, okay, but who says it's a standard? Just because it's made by white people does not make it a standard. And I think like once you start, when you get to a place where you start like thinking that way, like just because it's made by European does not make it a standard. This is when you know that you are slowly breaking the shackles of supremacy. You know what I mean? Because you have to reclaim your mind. You have to reclaim your own power. You have to reclaim your intelligence. You have to reclaim like your divinity. You got to reclaim yourself. Does that make sense? And I'm like, no. Just because it's made by white folks does not make it a standard. And when you really look at all of it in history, it's like nothing that they ever claimed truly ever belonged to them. Everything is stolen. Like England is nothing more than like when you look at the crown of England, right? The king, the queen, the royal family of England. These are nothing more than glamorized pirates. These are pirates. These are maritime mercenaries. They got on their boats. They found a way to build a bigger boats, but because they stole stuff, and they went and built bigger boats and just went around Africa, went around Latin America, went around Asia, and just stole from people. Kill people, bully people, did whatever it took to steal people. And they brought the loot, the boon to their country. And I'm like, oh, look at us. We're a royal family. Yet. But I'm like, you people are nothing more than maritime bandits, maritime terrorists. They stole so much from India. Like these people just went around the world just stealing from people. Stealing in ways that you can't even compute. So I'm like, if Tiffany has a $30 million stolen diamond from South Africa, how many diamonds did they steal? How much? Like if you were to put that in US dollars today, how much did they steal from these people? You know what I mean? You think about like the billions of dollars of artifacts that they stole from Nigeria, that they stole from Ghana, that they stole from Kenya, like trillions of dollars. You know what I mean? That's all they do is steal. They steal. And because a lot of times also, because African cultures are very oratory cultures, we don't write things down. And this is why Europeans came up with trademarks and copyright, because they understand that ideas can be stolen, because that's also what they've done, right? Because when something is oratory, anybody can lay claims to it. So they made sure to be the first one to write it on paper and say, oh, it's mine. No, you're just the first one to write it on paper, but it doesn't mean that it's yours. It doesn't mean that you came up with it. So even in math and stuff like that, a lot of the stuff that they name after Europeans or whatever is stolen. But because they're in their mind, if I'm the first one to put it on paper, it belongs to me. And it's like, no, it doesn't belong to you. And then they want to get paid for somebody else's knowledge that the person didn't write down, but they wrote down. Because a lot of African cultures are very, very oratory cultures. People didn't write things down. Because then they feel like, okay, who's going to steal it or whatever, right? But there's a new sheriff in town. So you really have to, really have to, even as a Black person, even if you think you're woke, but I'm just like, you really have to intentionally check the indoctrination that still lays dormant in you, because we've all been indoctrinated. We've all been indoctrinated. We've all been indoctrinated to cater to them. We've all been indoctrinated to serve them. We've all been indoctrinated to not make them feel uncomfortable. We've all been indoctrinated to think that they're so much better than we are. We've all been indoctrinated to feel like, oh no, they deserve more than we have. We've all been indoctrinated that we should be over here and they should be over there. We've all been indoctrinated not to make too much noise, you know what I mean? We've all been indoctrinated to follow the masses and not ask too many questions. We've been indoctrinated to be sheep. and just live for the sake of living. We're just living for the sake of living, but we don't really take chances. We don't really believe in ourselves. We don't really, we have a lot, our imposter syndrome is really, really bad. We struggle with depression a lot. We struggle with self esteem a lot. We struggle with this notion of like, we think we have to fit in. We struggle a lot with this notion of like, I have to have an identity at like, because they've made us feel like identity is something that you purchase as opposed to it's something that you nurture over time. It's not something that you can buy, right? But they've told us no, identity is bought. So we chase the material things so we can feel like we're somebody, and yet and then once you have the stuff, you still feel very empty on the inside. It's a lot. Like the indoctrination is real. I know I was indoctrinated, and even when I thought I was not as much indoctrinated as I used to be, you know, it would still show up in like self-esteem. It would still show up in the way I move. It would still show up in the way I talked to myself, the way I talked about the stuff I was doing, how I felt about what I was doing, because I didn't think that, but everything really came from a place of, oh, I think I'm inferior, or I think because I'm Black, I should only ask for this. I should only ask for that. And today I find myself like asking for things that I never even would have asked for before, because I just felt like I had like this ceiling of like, well, look at my skin, look at my nose, look at my face. That's even why I left YouTube. Because I was like, well, I'm not light skinned, I'm not white, I don't have the light skin. I can't have it. It's not gonna happen, right? So I'm like, I'm a bounce. So I left, right? But now I'm like, oh, who cares? You don't have to be light skinned or whatever, or white to win. That's ridiculous, right? But it's like it takes a process, like it takes time, you know what I mean, to really, really undo a lot of this like toxicity that you have in you, right? Like I'm gonna be posting courses. I'm gonna be doing courses, but they're gonna be pre-recorded courses on Kajabi, because usually when I do my courses, like my time doesn't coincide with a lot of people's time, so it makes it hard for them to take it. But you will be able to take the course via Kajabi. So you take it at your own pace and you go at your own pace, and I'll do the videos, and I guess I'll be there with you in the spirit, but I'll definitely be there with you in the videos, right? And the first thing that I want to do, the first course I'm trying to put out, so I got to record the video for that today, is the Fear Crusher course, right? Because a lot of Black people struggle with the spirit of fear, and it's really, really bad. It's truly, truly bad. And fear is such a destructive, controlling entity, right? And we have so much, they've put so much fear in us because we were conceived in fear. Like everything you do, like it's always fear, 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 because fear is a powerful mind control. You don't even have to put chains on people anymore. You don't even have to beat them to death. All you have to do is put so much fear in them, they'll be scared to move. And yet there's really nothing to fear, but there's so much fear in people, right? So I had to struggle through that bad, like terribly. I had to fight through that. So I taught the class like last year. I haven't taught it again though, but because the schedule thing didn't align, and then it's kind of exhausting to keep doing it over and over again. So what I will be doing is I'm going to put the Fear Crusher course up on Kajabi, right? Hopefully you'll take it. Hopefully you're interested. It has 10 lessons to it. So there'll be a video for every lesson. And then there's like a workbook that goes with that. But what's it called? But first, it's going to be a pre-order for the course. There's going to be a special price for the pre-order. And that way I'm going to be able to print the books and send you your workbooks so that you can have your workbooks as you take the course and truly, really, and truly, truly take a hold of the spirit of fear. You know what I mean? Because the enemy will control you through fear. Trust me, like I've wasted like 3 years of my life. Like the enemy will control you through the spirit of fear, and you're gonna lose so much stuff because that line, because fear is a lying ass spirit. Like I don't know, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but fear is truly a lying ass spirit. It is a lying ass spirit, but yet it's so convincing. It is so convincing, and if you're not mindful, it can truly like create havoc in your life. If you're not careful and you live in a spirit of fear, it can truly make you give away your favor to other people because you always see it for other people, but you don't see it for yourself. Like, how many of y'all, I got like 40 people watching me now, right? But it's like, how many of you guys have truly struggled with the spirit of fear? Write in the comment section if you truly struggle with the spirit of fear, you know? But I'm like, that spirit of fear is such a lying spirit. It is such a, like, it's so pernicious. Like, it's such a nasty, nasty, nasty spirit. And so many people have it. Not just you, family, husband, children, like cousins, like so many people have that, like that spirit of fear and all that stuff. Yeah, it's horrible, you guys. It is horrible. Please don't be ashamed. I had it. Like, I had it bad. Like, I had to like do like seriously, I had to do like self-deliverance. I said, oh my gosh. That's what led me to like start the course, because I was like, wow. Like, to the point, like, I was actually crying in my journal, because I was like, oh my gosh. Fear. And they groom you to be afraid. That's why they want you to go to their school. That's why they make you read their books. That's why everything, like, they do, like, from the time, like, it's always the white man so great and you so dumb, and you don't realize it. But that's pretty much the message you get throughout your school years, from first grade all the way to college. They're always the heroes. They're always the smartest one. They're always this. So it's like, so when they say something or when they claim something, oh yeah, of course, they're white, so of course they figured it out. But even when I was in the math department, I was like, I used to be really afraid. I was like, oh, they're so smart, they're white. But I came to realize not everybody that's white is smart. I'm just saying. We all have our strengths and our weaknesses, right? There are a lot of people who are white who are not that smart. And there's a whole lot of black people who are very intelligent, like seriously intelligent. But you see, you can have a whole lot of intelligence. You can have a whole lot of creativity. But if you don't believe in yourself, the gift is like, it wastes away. Like, you'll just waste your gift away, right? And so you recognize that, like, yo, like, it's part of the game. Making sure that you live an entire life full of fear, full of anxiety, with low self-esteem, in and out of depression episode. All this stuff is intentional. All the stuff is super, super intentional. Super intentional. Because if you live in fear, you will always need someone to hold your hand, right? And they're going to be right there to pretend like, oh, here we are, we care for you. Oh, we got the solution for this, because you're afraid. When you're afraid, you'll give anything to anybody just to stop being afraid. Oh, if somebody can scare you enough that you can die or whatever, you'll spend all kinds of money just to live. I'm telling you, if somebody can make you afraid enough of dying, you can go bankrupt trying to save your life. And the whole time you weren't even sick. But they just knew how to make you afraid of death. And then you're like, oh my gosh. But if you stop being afraid of dying, if you make peace with that, like, oh, you know what? Death is a part of life. Like, it is what it is. Just make sure that when I do go, that I go peacefully, and at least I'm able to say goodbye to my people, then it's not that bad. You know what I mean? Why is it that we don't teach people to make peace with death? Like, it's a natural thing. It's not an evil thing. It's not horrible. If you die peacefully and healthy, I mean, if you die when you're supposed to go, it's good. You're not meant to live forever. You don't even want to live forever. There's too much sadness out here. You know what I'm saying? If somebody can make you afraid enough that you're cursed. I had this one lady send me a text message. Oh, Marlene, I think I'm cursed. I think my brother's cursed. I think my mother's cursed. I think my daddy's cursed. I think my bloodline is cursed because da 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 da. I said, oh Lord. I said, sis, you're not cursed. You just have a horrible perspective. Like, your mindset is horrible. But if somebody can convince you that you are cursed, you will spend all kinds of money to take that curse away. Hey, Madeline, if someone can convince you that you're cursed and you allow that person to get into your mind, they will control you. If they tell you to wake up at 2:00 in the morning and run around the neighborhood naked just to take the curse away, you will do it. You will do. If somebody, like, fear, you allow people to put enough fear in you, they will make a fool out of you. A fool out of you. If someone can convince you enough that if you don't do the right thing, you're going to lose your man. You're going to lose your husband. Like the way Kevin Samuel got them girls scared. Ooh, you're going to die alone. I'm going to die alone. No man's going to want you, right? Oh, you're not attractive enough. All this like BBL stuff that's happening, it's out of fear. What if I'm not attractive enough? What if I'm not competitive enough? I'm not saying I'm not against surgeries. I do want to get my boobs done. But I'm saying like the rate at which things are going right now, it's out of fear. What if I'm overlooked? What if I don't get enough likes? What if I don't do this? What if I fear? Fear. And somebody, you see, danger zone. And then you go like, and then you ring the alarm, woo, woo, woo. Like when you add the sound effects to it, like, oh, you call it a danger zone. You add the side effects to it. You have 16,000 people. And then there's like, yes, that's true, that's true. You're like, oh shit, maybe I am in a danger zone. Because you've allowed this effort to get into your head. You've allowed commoners and random people that you never know get into your head. You've allowed a setup in the background to get into your head. So now here you go acting like a fool out here. Desperate for love. You'll sleep with just anybody to feel special. Because somebody got into your head. You see what I'm talking about? You see? Fear. Fear is not, you guys, fear got into me. You guys, when I tell you things, you think I'm lying. Me, Marlene, I'm a very honest person. I'm an open book. Fear got into me. 2016, fear got into me so bad. I started making dumb decisions out here, wasting money out of fear. I was afraid. I was so afraid I felt like I had to throw money at my problems. But the problem was not the money. My mindset sucks. Just gonna be honest with you. Fear. Fear. What fear will make you do? Oh, like that's why, like when I tell you, like the Bible says that God did not give you a spirit of fear, but of sound mind and good understanding and boldness. Listen to me. Fear. So when you see like the government, the media, influencers, celebrities trying to scare you, the devil's behind that. Because God don't need to scare you. The Holy Spirit, if you have a relationship with God, the Holy Spirit, He's not going to scare you. They talk to you. I've done some things that I shouldn't have done. I've said things I shouldn't have said. I've got angry and said things. I've done a whole lot of stuff here. I ain't going to lie to you guys. You know what I mean? But the way the Holy Spirit would always get me together, like, Marlene, this behavior is unacceptable. It's a very peaceful voice, but it's firm and it's a voice of conviction. It doesn't say, oh, you dumb bitch. No. Like, what kind of person do you want to be? What kind of leader do you want to be? How do you want to be? Make people feel? They're like, damn, very peaceful, very peaceful. But you're still being read though, like you're being gathered. But it's a classy read though. It's a very classy read. You know, it's not fear, but it's conviction. Do things out of conviction, not out of fear. I tell my husband the same thing. Jimmy's always over here scared. Like, you need to stop. Like, fear is not healthy. Like, when do people ever make good decisions out of fear? Who it doesn't. That's what Jesus said. Like, what purpose does it serve you to worry? Your worry cannot change the outcome of the problem. You cannot change something's outcome because you're scared. Like, doesn't make any sense. You can change the outcome of a situation by thinking intelligently about how you want this to go. And then you get to work and you start doing things. But, oh, I'm scared. Oh, I'm scared. Okay. You can scream you're scared all day, every day. It's not going to change the outcome. Corrective behavior changes the outcome. Fear, screaming fear, crying out here, like, seeking all these pastors. Oh, I'm cursed, I'm possessed, all this stupidity. It is not going to change the outcome. You're acting like a victim. You're pathetic. Stop it. You know what I mean? And too many people operate on being, it's a pathetic thing to see that. And that's why you got all these people out here scamming people, taking their money because they're afraid. They're afraid. Oh, the economy is going to crash. The economy is going to crash. The inflation. Can you change it? You know what I mean? Can you change it? No. If it's going to crash, it's going to crash. If it's going to be inflation, it's going to be inflation. But there are people who prosper no matter what happens because God is with them. Genesis 26, it says that everything that Isaac sowed that year, is it Isaac? Yeah. He reaped 100-fold. And it was a time of famine. The Bible is full of people who were prosperous in a time of famine. Joseph was prosperous in a time of famine. So what's going to happen is going to happen. But what I know is no matter what happens, God's going to raise a standard. So I don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be afraid. What is like this ridiculous? Because when you live in fear, you stop being intelligent. And now you act like an animal. when you let fear take over your mind, like when fear dominates your like emotional spiritual climate, it's like you stop your creativity. Fear stops your creativity. We're all very creative people. But when you're afraid, you can't even see a creative way out of your problem because all you're thinking about is fear. That's not healthy. It's poison. It's poison. It's really, really, it's not good. It really isn't good. It's not good. You know what I mean? Think about what you want. Focus on that. I had somebody send me a message this morning and we're talking. I was like, stop living in fear. He's like, oh, I'm looking for another job, Martin. I said, okay, then you'll find it. That's it. Live life. Live life as if every day you wake up, a prayer has been answered. And just be at peace with it. And then open your eyes, open your heart, and allow you like receive, like have a receiving mindset. Like today I receive something good from the Lord. Go about your business. Go about your business. Like, I have to pay for something. Oh gosh. I had to pay for something, right? Because initially they gave me a price. So, but things happened. So I was like, whatever. So I had to do a whole bunch of things. So when I got back to them, they're like, oh, that's not the price anymore. This is the new price. But I was like, but what about this? They're like, oh, I bet we can't do that to you, but we can give you this price. And the funny thing was, I was like, you see these people? They probably don't even want me to do it because they know what's going to happen if I do it. And they probably going to be like, oh, they probably think you're going to walk off like, oh, okay, well, I don't have it, so I'm not going to do it. I said, okay, no problem. Then they were like, oh, they messaged me. Oh, Marlene, when do you want to do it? I gave them the date. They got back to me. They were like, oh, Marlene, just okay, cool. That date is open. I said, okay, that's what's up. Person said, okay, I'm going to get back to you in a couple of days. I said, okay, that's cool. You think I panicked? Oh, my gosh. Oh, my Jesus. Oh, my Lord. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. That's what I wanted. Here we are. God's going to manifest himself. I don't stress myself. I don't live a life of stress. I rebuke that stuff. I'm like, man, please. I said, okay, cool. I'll wait for you and then get back to me. And when they do get back to me, it's gonna be taken care of. Right. So it's like, don't live a life like don't do it. But you gotta get to a place like where you build your faith up, like you're just like, this is okay. No stress. And even like when the people messed up my shadows too, I almost started to panic. And God was like, remember what you did last time? I said, you know what? Let me force my mind to like you have to take a hold of your mind. Like it's like a steering wheel. Like your mind is like a steering wheel. Like you have to like hold on to it like hard. Like no, you're not veering off the road. Like you're staying on course. Like we're not going over there. That's what fear does. It's gonna make you gonna take the wrong exit. You're gonna take the wrong exit, end up somewhere in some boondock land somewhere. Who knows? Like what the heck? Why am I here? Fear brought you here. Oh gosh, I took the wrong exit, right? So it's like you have to take hold of like your mind. It's just like a steering wheel. I said, Jesus. I was like, Marlene, think about what you want. And I was like, what I want is like, this is gonna be okay. And it was. They fixed it. They're fixing it. They brought a lot of shades though. They were beautiful. I said, ooh, look at that. You know. So it's that, right? But it takes intentional work to force yourself to not let fear take the best of you because we are born in fear. We are conceived in fear. We are in the bellies full of fear. We come out fear. We go to school. They train you nothing but fear. You watch the news, fear. Everything you consume, fear. It's fear nonstop. And after a while, it does get to you because you're human. It gets to you. Maybe they're right. And then the devil starts to create circumstances that validate why you should be afraid, as opposed to you listening to God and saying, this is why I'm going to be the exception. You see what I'm saying? It's all about mindset. Everything's about perspectives. Everything's about perspective. So I hopefully by God's grace, the thing will be on pre-sale. And then the course I think will start October 4th. And then I'll drop a video on the Kajabi like once a week. Because I could pre-record all the videos at once, but I don't want to do that. Because if you force yourself to do too many videos at once, you're kind of rushing through it. I don't want to rush through it. I truly want you to go through each video step by step. So therefore I have to take my time and go through each video step by step so that we have a really meaningful conversation where it feels like I'm actually there teaching you. You know what I mean? Because I can't do the one-on-one or like the group like I used to because my schedule is pretty hectic. But I can find time like once a week. I can find time to record. So it's gonna be the Fear Crusher course is gonna be like on like pre-recorded. It'll be on Kajabi. Um, there's going to be Fate Boot Camp also. I will be doing Fate Boot Camp, put it up on Kajabi also. And then I will be doing Fear Crusher, Fate Boot Camp. What was the other one? Was it like Mindset? There's another course. I forgot what that course is. But, Fate Journal. Like, was it? I don't know. I don't remember. But all the courses that I used to teach will be video format, pre-recorded on Kajabi. And then you can just go through them at your own pace. But hopefully you at least do one a week, and then like do the exercises also so that you get the most out of it. And I think it's really going to help you to see a lot of things like, oh my gosh, I never realized that. Like, this is how I was thinking, or this is how I see myself, because it's easy to say, oh, I believe in myself. I'm Black Girl Magic. It's easy to say that. But when you're all by yourself and you have to make decisions, do you truly believe in yourself? Do you truly believe in Black Girl Magic? Most likely you don't. And it's okay, because healing and corrective mindset, it comes from like being honest with yourself. Like, you know what? Maybe I'm just all talk and I need to learn how to really be about what I am. So hopefully, like, not hopefully, I know like the courses are going to help you. Even if you just take one, I think it's going to be amazing. So yeah, I'm excited about that. I hope you'll be excited too. So that way, if you don't see me here on YouTube, whatever, or if you don't see me on Patreon, and even like videos, if I make videos now, when I do sell the Patreon, if I do make videos now and I do delete them, I will put them up on Patreon so you can just go there and watch them and watch the videos and get your life over there, because YouTube is just fascism. I can't deal with these people. I really cannot. So that's it, you guys. It's 4 hours. I've reached my limit. I hope this video was helpful. I hope the video was insightful. I hope you learned something. I just want you to feel empowered to know that you are smart enough, you are intelligent enough, you're favored enough, you're loved by God enough that you have the ability to make the right decision for you, right? And whatever you decide to do, I pray God's mercies over you. I pray for God's infinite graces over you. You're going to be okay. Do you know what I mean? If you don't want to take it and you're being threatened by losing a job, let them keep their job. There's even something better. And maybe also it might be time for you to start your business. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Because sometimes, thank you, Yinka. Sometimes it takes people, sometimes what God will do, just like with your boy, what's your boy's name? With Jonas, when you don't want to listen, God will intentionally close doors to force you to be self-sufficient. You know what I mean? So if somebody wants to threaten you, like, oh, I'll take your bread if you don't do this, take it. And that's what Jesus told the devil, that man shall not eat bread alone, but every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. You know what I mean? And just that anything you lose for God, you will get way more. So don't you ever let any man threaten you with a job. When you were in your mother's womb, you didn't know nothing about this job. When you were in the 1st grade, the 8th grade, the 12th grade, you didn't know not one thing about this job. When you were going to college, you didn't know not one thing about this job. Okay? It's a job. It's not your identity. It is not your destiny. It is not the end all be all. It is not your God. It is a job. A 3-letter word, J-O-B. Okay? You hear me? So don't you ever let anybody threaten you. I'm going to take your money, or I'm going to take this from you. Look at me. And I'm telling you, anytime you have money worries, okay? Anytime you worry about money, anytime you worry about how am I going to pay for this, anytime you worry about, oh, how I'm going to eat, how I'm going to do this, how I'm going to start my business, how I'm going to fund my inventory. Take Marlene as an example. There's a reason why you've met me. It's not just to watch my crazy videos and my crazy ass on the YouTube, right? But God wants you to be like, look at this girl, Chad. You see this girl? She doesn't sow, but she's always reaping like the bird, right? But that ass, right? Like, I'm being really serious, right? He said, God, whatever you gave Marlene, give it to me also. If Marlene can do it, I can too. Like, I'm seriously. 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 You know what I mean? God is really nice, you guys. God is really generous. God is really loving. We overcomplicate things, man. I tell you, we overcomplicate things. So if I can do all the crazy stuff I do, sometimes I don't even know how I pay for the stuff, but somehow it gets paid. I'm like, ooh, thank you, Jesus. Oh my gosh. I didn't believe this would happen so easily, right? But don't worry. Like, seriously, live a life where you want for nothing and you don't worry about anything. And that's usually when things like actually work in your favor. You know what I mean? Like, don't worry. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, it really isn't a big deal. It is a big deal. Money is not your problem. A lot of people say, "Oh, I need money. I need money." Money is not your problem. Money is not your problem. Money comes naturally because you're doing something productive. The more productive you become, the more money you'll have. You know what I'm saying? Money will answer to whatever resolution you take. If you take good resolutions, it'll come. If you don't take good resolution, you'll waste it, right? But it's like, don't be afraid of it. It's like fruit flies. Like, you don't really have to call them, right? If you leave a fruit out and it's rotting and you don't take it out, fruit flies will appear out of nowhere. Nobody calls them. They just know to show up. You're like, what the heck? How'd they get here? Nobody calls the flies. Oh, flies, come over here, take over. They just know to come. Like, we had like a, I'm not trying to be nasty, but there was a whole maggot infestation in the fridge. There was maggots in the truck. Y'all, the maggots out here with the Eric and Ida, right? And the reality is like, I didn't call these masks. Oh, come to my house and invade my space, right? So yeah, it might be nasty, but maybe you should look at money like maggots, right? They'll show up. Money knows when to show up. Stop worrying about it. Leave your ideas out there. Start your businesses, start your website, start your YouTube, start your Instagram, start whatever you want to start. Put it out there. And just like maggots, money's gonna find you. Because these maggots, they found my fridge. They found my fridge. They found my trash can, y'all. It was crazy. Maybe money's like maggots. It's attracted to things that are like, sweet. I guess I don't know. But so maybe you should have like be creative, put yourself out there, try new things. Stop thinking that it's only for other people. You know what I mean? But hopefully we're gonna work on that spirit of fear, and then you're gonna see exactly what I mean. But yeah, guys, that's me. I hope you have an awesome Friday. Y'all kept me here for 4 hours. This is crazy. But yeah, I hope you loved the video. If you don't see if it's not up on YouTube later, it'll be on Patreon. And I'll give you the link later because that did show the pediastry, however you call the stuff. And you don't like the truth on YouTube does not like the truth, child. So I probably will put this on the Patreon. Okay. But I'll holler at you. Love you and enjoy your Friday. Find me on Instagram, Lena the Money Girl. I'm there. And we can little chit chat over there. But yeah, enjoy your Friday. Okay. Enjoy your Friday. Have an awesome Friday. Read the book a little bit, right? And speak blessings over your life. And I will see y'all later. I'll holler. Bye, my peoples. I have to go work. I go do my